If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Yes. Ooh, had a frog in my throat. It's me, Madison with a T, and you are listening to Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios in the beautiful city of New Orleans.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. My throat just did something weird, but other than that,
Yeah, it's one of those crazy things, too, that it's one of those interesting things when you're kind of getting ready to go on the air. And I've watched my fellow co-host, Mr. Nemo, on Monday do this as well. If you maintain any sort of silence before you come on the air, which we do, you have to kind of take a swallow or two to kind of remind yourself where your voice is. If you sit there not talking for a moment, so what I'll do often is, if you look over at me, I'll have my mouth closed and be swallowing, or I'll be talking a blue streak, as you know. I mean, that's the other thing, too. You'll see me talking, blah, 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 and you're like, going silent, and then I'll finally shut my mouth. But, yeah, it's a crazy thing sometimes. If you sit there, it's kind of like not stretching, and you sit there for a silence in a second, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I got to talk. And then you're like, where'd my voice go? Oh, it has been stolen and taken away from me. By the way, good morning to you, Madison with a T. Our good friend Phone Master Dre actually has this day off. We miss him, but we are thrilled to have you lean and mean and on the scene. It's almost Halloween.
it is my favorite holiday.
A lot of people's favorite holiday. Mine as well, although I haven't had any time because we have been knee-deep in the middle of this. Listen to this, by the way. Speaking of Halloween, I was actually born in Bethesda, Maryland, and spent the early part of my life in Alexandria and Fairfax County, Virginia. This is a story from that neck of the woods. A trio of creepy costume figures were caught on a Virginia family's doorbell camera. That image of those creepy costume figures sparked a police investigation. But the incident turns out only to have been a prank perpetrated by family members. So the Alexandria Police Department opened an investigation into a potential attempted burglary plot after three figures, and I mean creepy. If you go up and look up this story, it's creepy looking. And you know how, doorbell cams are.
Yeah.
They create that whitewash. I mean, it's a creepy vision. It looks like it's out of The Purge.
I love when people get really close to them and it makes them look all silly because it's like that fisheye effect.
Yeah, and I'm talking about it, and because of the way it looks washed, I mean, it looks really menacing. The Alexandria Police Department opened an investigation into a potential attempted burglary after three figures dressed in creepy Halloween costumes were recorded by a local family's doorbell camera when they approached the front door. The department then issues an appeal for info on October the 17th and asked nearby residents to check their own security camera footage for any sightings of the suspects, because a lot of times these folks will do casing. And I have to tell you, if you've seen Weapons, the idea of looking at doorbell cams and home cams and all that kind of stuff, this time of year, man, when it comes to people walking around places and looking like Creepy Von Creepstein, you kind of accept it, but it's also a hell of a way to case places. You know what I'm saying? People walking around in costumes, casing places out. So the department issues an appeal. Alexander Police Chief Tarek McGuire, who I feel like comes from a long line of police chiefs, Tarek McGuire, said investigators have now determined those three people were teenage boys related to the home residents. The teens had been assisted by three adult family members and another child. For me, my team, and this community, it represents a moral failure.
Wow.
That's kind of strong.
It's dramatic.
WJLA TV quoted McGuire as saying at a Monday morning news conference, a moral failure where consequences could result in deadly consequences. He repeated himself. I didn't repeat him. He said the prank may have seemed harmless, but it could have led to serious consequences. I think consequences is the key word here. He said the home's residents, afraid of a potential burglary or violent crime, had contacted another relative who came to the house with a gun.
Ooh.
And you think about it now, and a lot of people say, why can't we go back to the old days when people played real pranks, when you had people egging
you'll
houses.
get shot.
You'll get shot, dude. It's like, people say we need to go back to the old days. I'm telling you, compared to then, the country's awash in guns. People have armories in their houses, man. It's like you go over there and pull a prank. Grandpa Ranty Pants comes out not with a shotgun to fire in the air. He comes out with an AR-15, man. Opens fire on you, man. People come out with rocket launchers. People have attack helicopters in the back of their house, man. They'll just hover above and blow you to kingdom come. Trick or treat. Trick or blow your ass up, man.
I actually just watched a really good documentary at one Sundance, and it's about that law.
Stand your ground.
Yes, stand your ground law.
Oh yeah. And I'm telling you right now, it's like I tell people there's an old expression now that's had made a real big comeback. F around and find out. And I got to tell you, man. Now I will say this. That I grew up in a time period, Madison, where bullying was rampant. There's a lot of kids saying, bullying is so bad and cyberbullying. Let me tell you something, dude. Literally, schoolyards when I was growing up were essentially protection rackets. Mm-hmm. You had one of three choices. Either you were with the bully, you were bullied, and by the way, a lot of our listeners fall into the third category, which is you had to almost be a person apart. You had to at some point fight these guys. You could lose, but if you gave back some licks, you might get some respect going. You might have some stuff happening. That's the absolute truth of the matter. I mean, the world has changed. Some of it is much for the better, because I got to tell you, the idea of growing up in a backyard with a protection racket after you get off of school is not a good place. There's no protection racket here. Lose your heart to iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Yak it up on the tube of you. Make some FaceTime on Facebook. Live your best life on Live 365. Or be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Maybe you're pondering the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms, because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio. Forget those lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion, banana-wearing, costume-wearing Grease Charlton, because this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe.
Universe.
Thank you very much. Speaking of transportation, speaking of people who are out there on the road driving, we want to wish Dave Nemo, myself, Lindsay Lawler, want to wish the best of retirements and best of futures to our good friend Junker. He contacted me yesterday. He's had a very rough time. It is not my place to share what is going on in his life, but if you are close to him, please reach out. Please tell him you love him. He is going to have a different lifestyle moving forward. His health is fine. It's been a rough couple of weeks for our good friend out there. So we're hoping you're hanging in there. I told him we would be thinking about him this morning and talking about him this morning. So give him a reach out. Say, hey, we love you. There's nothing you can do about it. You know all the stuff we're talking about. We live in interesting times, by the way, my friends. We live in incredibly interesting times over here at the Fastport Studio. I started this job. It'll be a decade, by the way. Yeah, it'll be a decade more or less next year.
Wow.
On this particular, not this particular seat, not this particular position, but actually working for Radio Nemo in one fashion, form, or another. And I tell you, I have not seen so much news. I have not seen so much information. I have not seen so much that is going on these days. It's almost overwhelming. Now, part of that is the fact that I won't lie to you. I kind of look over stuff. Dave and I used to do Freaky Fridays on the highway where we would talk about accidents and all that kind of stuff. With the rise of CDL Life, with the rise of a lot of other people following their lead, we have become more aware than ever before, both here on these platforms and in the mainstream media, of exactly how dangerous it is out there, of exactly all the problems you guys are facing. You were ignored for many years. I know everybody thanked you during COVID. Everybody thanked you during tough times, but then it went back to the same old thing. Everybody wanted to look in the other direction. It's a rough place out there. Don't forget that TAT exists for a reason. Don't forget that Frank Figluzzi wrote his book about serial killers out there. It's not that, you guys are the bad guys. It's that there are a lot of bad guys on the road. Always have been. There's a reason why there's an expression called highwaymen. hijackers, all of those characters that are out there. There's a lot of rough stuff going on. And there's been a flurry of activity in Washington and a flurry of attention in the national media being actually directed towards all of our friends out there on the road. Before I get to that first phone call, Madison, let me kind of tell people what's going on out there. On September 26, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced that the FMCSA was issuing an emergency interim final rule. That sounds ridiculous. How about just a final rule, an emergency interim final rule to prevent unqualified drivers from operating 80,000-pound trucks on the nation's highways. This is the quote. "We have a government system designed to keep families on the road safe, but that system's been compromised. I'm talking about non-domiciled commercial driver licenses that are issued across the country. In plain English, this is a license to operate a massive 80,000-pound truck that is being issued to foreign drivers who are not U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. The process for issuing these licenses is absolutely 100% broken. It has become a threat to public safety. It is a national emergency that requires action right now." I would also add, and some of this I'm lifting from Mark Schwemmer's reporting, I would also add it has been a bipartisan disaster. Don't assign this to anybody, guys, other than following the money. Always keep saying that, and so many of you guys have made a point of following our lead on that. Follow the money. At the end of the day, one bad actor is responsible for one bad thing. A lot of bad actors, though, have been flooding the zone, as the expression goes, in order to kind of increase their bottom line and decrease yours. The rule drastically reduces the number of foreign drivers who could be eligible for a CDL. For instance, an employment authorization document, an EAD, would no longer be enough to obtain a non-domicile CDL. Additionally, asylum seekers, asylees, refugees, and deferred action of childhood arrivals DACA recipients would be excluded from eligibility. The majority of current non-domiciled CDL holders possessed an EAD. The FMCSA estimated that the changes would take about 194,000 current non-domiciled CDL holders out of the trucking industry. I don't know if that number is real. And I really hope that if they put this into place, they start counting those numbers up, because that's going to be a reckoning. The numbers are lesser and significantly lesser. Well, we know something. If they're higher, we've got a monumental disaster on our hands. But I really want to see if those numbers play out, because if they do, it would explain a lot of stuff over the last couple of years and make things really, really interesting. Good morning to Joe J. on this Halloween and Friday Eve. Good morning to our good friend Brad Bentley. And speaking of Brad Bentley, all of this, everything you're hearing this morning, is broadcast live and then recorded at the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, just a few moments and a few minutes away from the birthplace of trucking radio, WWL 870 AM. This is the Edgar Degas House. This is the Fastport Studios. And Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it, Madison, through research, technology, and especially the guy and his colleagues out there, Mr. Brad Bentley, who is currently on the chat and went to Paul McCartney last night. Went to go see little Paul McCartney last night. So, Brad, if you want to give us any info on that on the chat, or give us a call, or drop on by, we'd love to talk about that. And speaking of our good friend Brad and all of our friends over at Fastport and Rees across America, we'll be joining them. As a matter of fact, once we get through tomorrow, and in the city of New Orleans, as Madison can tell you, this place is going to be crazy. This place is already crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Place out of its mind. Once we get through the next couple of days, we'll begin to gear up for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence, giving away that T680 next-gen truck from our good friends at Kenworth and our friends at Hiring Our Heroes, and, of course, our friends at Fastport. Dean Croak and I are going to be heading over to the Driver's Lounge for Rees Across America, and all of that is more or less going to start at the end of the first week of December. Look busy. The world is accelerating. We want to give a big shout out, by the way, to those three finalists, Charles Jones Jr., Macy Matiste, and Mark Scriven. All right. We got a phone call to get to here in a second, Madison. We'll get to it after the break. Who is it going to be, by the way?
It's going to be Showtime. He's calling you from Pennsylvania.
He's going to be delighted, by the way, because Tony Lewin, the car journalist, is going to be joining us as the first guest this morning. And we're going to be talking about his brand new book, which is not out until next week, but I got myself an early copy of BMW 3 Series 50 Years. BMW 3 Series 50 Years. It's a wonderful book, by the way. The kind of stuff we like over here. You know what I'm saying? So we'll take a deep breath, do a little pledge, do a little national anthem, have a bracing cup of Java. What do you say, Madison? On the count of three, we'll take the breath and you'll hit the buttons. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Well, good morning. I am excited because today is Thursday, which means it is one more day before the weekend. So, brothers and sisters, I want to ask you a question. Have you looked at Isaiah 45, verse 9? Isaiah 45, 9. I want you to hear it and see if it reminds you of your childhood. He says, woe to him who scribes with him who formed him, a pot among earthen pots. Does the day say to him who forms it, what are you making? Watch this. What does the clay say to him who was forming it? What are you making? No, I can't say it again. Does the clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? Or, watch this. Your works has no handles. Did you catch that? Isaiah says, the pot does not have any say-so into how it's being shaped. He says, notice what he says. He said, does the clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? What he's telling us is, if God is molding us, God is transforming us, we don't have the right to ask God what he's trying to make out of us. What Isaiah is telling us, that watch it, the material in hand is at the mercy, here we go, is at the mercy of the one that has it in their hand. So my brothers and sisters, as you continue to do this great thing called life, remember, you're in his hands. And if you're in God's hand, don't worry about how he's stretching you, how he's pulling you, and how he's molding you, because there's a bigger plan than what you can see. So trust the maker, the one whose hands you're in. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen, Pastor John. It's Thursday.
Are you going to be clay in the hands of the man? Well, if you are, you should give us a call at 615-292-6366.
Nemo.
There you go, Nemo. So what do you say we get our good friend Showtime on the phone? Hey ho, you know it's showtime for those that go. What's going on, my friend?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm actually
How's Madison this morning?
We're doing good. How are you, Madison?
I'm really excited. It's Halloween tomorrow.
It's Halloween tomorrow. Yeah.
There you go.
What's going
I'm
on?
gonna dress up as a truck driver.
I got to tell you, man, I think the clothes might fit. I think you might have picked the right costume this year. Go
There
on.
you go. It's a stretch, but we'll make it.
Yeah.
Before I get to my point, when is CDL check and English proficiency blitz month coming up?
Well, don't
Anybody
be
heard?
don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if they have it. Don't be surprised if they
Well,
have it.
Here's the thing. They need to do a month, and here's why. We always do the 72-hour blitz, and then they do brake check week, and a lot of the people who run the bad equipment go, well, we'll just sit for X amount of days and not go be out there then.
Yeah.
No one can afford to sit for a month.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is, too, on the blitz, here's what's interesting, too, is that what you're talking about is a public safety blitz, whereas most of the inspection blitzes are really about getting the partnerships up to speed. So you're absolutely right. Anybody doesn't know what we're talking about here, a safety blitz usually, that's why we tell people who do a really good job, go out there. Go out there. If you probably the inspection will probably last just a few moments because they'll be like, "Good, you're good to go." It's like Dean says, "Clean your tires, people." You know, I mean, it's just make yourself look presentable. But that's the thing about that blitz, man. If you were going to do a blitz, I think you could do it in 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks sitting the game out, it couldn't do it. There's some companies that would go, given how some of the companies are stacked up, Showtime. I think some companies would go under in 2 weeks if they had to basically, take people off.
If that's fine. If they have to park them because they're not legal to be out here, I'm all good with it.
Me
Close
too.
them down. I don't care.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying I think you'd only need 2 weeks of it. I think if those, I think they would be done in 2 weeks. But you're right. 3 days you could ride the storm out. You could take the hit for about 3 days. But 2 weeks, game set match. My only worry about
even break.
Yeah, go ahead.
Even brake check week, I never even got stopped.
Right.
I just roll.
Right.
And it's like, we keep all our stuff up and things. But, hey, here's the thing for that week. Let's make it fun for the inspectors. They all have to have Dr. Seuss books with them and have the people try and read that.
That's actually not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea.
Well, and it makes it fun for the inspectors trying to listen to these people try and read a Dr. Seuss book.
Well, and the other thing is, in all fairness, but on the flip side of that, where I think it's a really generous thing, I think there's something kind of brilliant about what you're saying here, because as you know, it would prevent the thick accented guys who actually speak absolutely. I'm talking about some of these guys who have been here, played by the rules, and just, literally grew up someplace else and have a really thick accent. It would prevent any misunderstanding that somebody didn't speak English. You follow me? Because it's like, if you have a thick accent and you're still going, I know I like green eggs and ham, I know I like them, Sam, I am. You can hear somebody, doing the rhyme scheme and be like, dude, you might want to work on your pronunciation a little bit, but you got it. I think it's generous. I think it's generous. It would prevent. See, one of the things that people haven't told people is that part of the reason why they scaled it back in the first place was there was some nonsense going on in a couple of states. I'm not going to name them, actually. But I think that solves the problem. I think it's like, dude, he's hitting the rhyme scheme. He knows exactly what he's reading. And just because you don't like the way he sounds doesn't mean he's non-proficient. It's like that's the other thing, too. And I'm saying this, just because you can't understand somebody, when they understand you. And I think the Dr. Seuss idea is a piece of absolute brilliance. I love it. I love it. It would make a lot of people laugh too.
Oh yeah, well, like I said, make it fun for the inspectors.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hey, when we were talking about the people who showed up at the doorstep all dressed up and threatening people.
Yeah.
There's actually three types of crowd out there. There's the we ignore it, the stand by your ground crowd, and then there's the locks on my door for your protection, not mine crowd.
Yeah, it's really funny. My dad always, that's what my dad's kind of take on. He said, "Yeah, I guess I could start blowing people away, or maybe I could set my house up in a way that makes this really unpleasant to get in."
It's like the person that catches the robber in their house, and the robber goes, "Aren't you going to call the police?" And the person in the house goes, no one knows you're here.
Yeah, there's a video of there's a couple of videos where people have done that, and some of them are really creepy and kind of spectacular as well. But, why should I let them have all the fun? That's
Right.
another one of my favorites too.
And here's part of the problem is there are people that go around that have been breaking into houses and stuff armed, and that's why people are so on edge. People used to never do that, so if people had done something like that, they wouldn't have been in such a panic.
Yeah, and I
But
think
it's
you're
happening now.
Yeah, I think you're right about that too, because one of the things we used to tell people, I remember, like, my friend would be like, "Why did he said guy breaks into a house, holding a gun?" He's like, "The guy in the car should have the gun." It's like, why? It's like, because if you get caught, if you're breaking and entering, that's a very different thing than armed robbery. It's a very different
Right.
entity than armed robbery. But now they're just going in there armed to the teeth. Yeah, I mean, like I said, and I'm going to say this right now, and you know that I'm a big Second Amendment guy. I will tell you that south of the border, drugs are the problem. They're putting too much drugs up here. You know what our big problem is, right? We just flood the zones with guns, dude. I mean, it's just like, if you look at what is happening down in Mexico and up in Canada, the Canadians aren't making guns there. I can tell you that right now. We're the ones doing it. That's our big export of nastiness. We're the ones that do that.
Yeah.
And these guys are all armed to the teeth. And,
Right.
so we got. But here's the thing. What is it? The horse is out the barn. So that's my kind of take. Wish we could do something about it, but the horse is out the barn, man. So arm up. Get it going on.
I don't know either.
What are you doing with the rest of your day?
I'm driving over to Gary, Indiana. I got a load on that will deliver, deliver Friday morning, and then turn around, head back to the port for another load for a Monday delivery.
By the way, two things I wanted to share. Three things, actually. Trucker Bosun is loading in Allentown, going to Salisbury, North Carolina with a whole bunch of turkeys. But Brad Bentley went to Paul McCartney last night and said he still puts on a great show. 83 years old. He played nonstop for almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just...
Yeah, well, you have him. You have Sammy Hagar. You have the guys from Styx. They're getting into their 70s. Styx brags that they're still singing their songs in the original key.
I'm not surprised,
Imagine
man.
that.
I'm not.
Tommy Shaw's a freak. And so Sammy Hagar. You watch Sammy Hagar. He's what, 70, mid 70s, late 70s.
He's tearing it up.
Like he's 50 years old.
He's tearing it up, dude. He's tearing it. It's because he gets sleep. It's because he gets sleep. Now, all these guys know the whole trick is getting sleep. I got to take this break. I got to get out of here. Don't forget that Tony Lewin's coming up here, and, man, he's got a great book that you're going to love. Can't wait for you to listen to this. Brother, be safe out there. Happy Halloween.
All right, you guys have a good one. I'll be there for the next segment.
All right, thank you, sir. Madison, would you do me the honor of getting us the heck out of here? I got to go. That's right. It's spooky time around here at RadioNemo over here in the Dega Studios. By the way, we got a whole bunch of great days of. I'm going to make Madison make a choice of which one she wants to talk about. It's brought to you by truckdown.com.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
One of the ways that you can actually be a member of the Road Gang, just in a really tiny way, is by hitting that like button over there on the tube of you. For those of you who are listening on iHeart, good morning, welcome back. For those of you who are taking the audacity to listen on Odyssey, we're glad to have you. As a matter of fact, you can hear us almost anywhere you want to. After the shows go up on streaming. And I've been using Spotify as the example, but it works on almost any other platform, Apple Podcasts, Pandora, and yes, even the sinister corporate overlord, even the Death Star itself. I was just talking with our good friends at OIDA yesterday, and by the way, we're going to have another edition of Trucking with OIDA at the end of this show. I was telling them, if there's a guest you like, type in Road Gang Radio and the name of the guest you like. More often than not, you'll be able to find that exact segment. It's all there for the taking. You can hit notification buttons. Let's say you like Sergio Avedian, and by the way, that content from Monday's show is up. He does a terrific job laying out what it would take to become an entrepreneur with, AI, AV, Uber, and Lyft. He kind of lays out what that looks like. He really kind of does it in detail with Dave and I and Brad Bentley and Martin Garcia in a really compelling 25-minute plus interview. If you want to find that, and anytime Sergio appears on Nemo Nation, he's a regular contributor there, I would recommend you just, hit that notification button, and they will let you know the next time Sergio drops in. They've created something marvelous here. And we are just beginning to kind of understand the breadth and scope of what it is. But basically, you can line us up. You can create a file for yourself on any of your favorite streaming platforms and have a series of notifications of the segments you like. You're busy guys and busy gals. You have a lot to do and a lot of places to go and a lot of things to kind of make happen over the course of that time. That being said, there's no reason why on your favorite streaming you can't set up a little platform for yourself and have Maintenance Matters, Tech Talk with TMC, The Last Empty Places, Western of the Month, Atria on the Air, and on we go. You can curate your own experience, or you can choose to be like our good friend Trucker Boaston, who is here right now, mentioning to Brad Bentley that McCartney is like Richards and Jagger. Those British rockers all have the energy of people half their age. Welcome to everybody. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Lindsay Lawler will be here at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. We got great guests then, too. Dion Graham's going to be joining us about his new audio version of The Martian Chronicles. And one of our favorite people, Scott Shea, journalist extraordinaire, has a great story about Bob Dylan I can't wait to dig into. But on the first half of the show, we're going to be, going about the business of making a life. And one of them is, car maintenance, hauling calls, car models, all that kind of groovy stuff. We're talking to Tony Lewin in just a little bit. Ivan Meisner is going to be joining us in short order. Small talk and job interviews is going to be on his agenda. You guys know Dr. Ivan. He's the founder and chief visionary officer of BNI, the world's largest business networking organization, and he's the author of the new book, Networking is a Marathon, Not a Sprint, How to Outlast, Outconnect, and Outperform the Competition. And then, of course, another edition of Washington Trucking Week as Jay Grimes, the Director of Federal Affairs, arrives on the scene to be talking about non-domiciled CDLs. You're wondering why I opened the show up with it? Now you know why. Particularly as it relates to the recent deadly crash in California, and he will be speaking about OOIDA's most recent letter to Congress. And then there's going to be a rundown of ELP legislation, which I, by the way, am going to ask you guys to head over to Landline and check out Mark Schwemmer's ELP article, where he basically takes you through all the proposals that are out there on the highway and in the halls of Congress. I got a Jody on the phone still.
You sure do.
Let me bring him on in. Jody, what is going on, my friend?
What is going on? Just out here walking the dog before I decide to do something productive today. That's all. Just out here walking the dog in Florida. It's a nice, cool morning. The Navy's out flying. It's a good day.
It's a good day. What's on your mind, man? What's happening?
Well, I never really know what I'm going to talk about until maybe one or two of your callers call in and yada, yada, yada. So I got a couple things for you.
All right.
There's non-English speaking stuff going on, which I totally agree with. What are they going to do in it's early morning, so it just sounds rude. I apologize. What are they going to do about the Canadian drivers that come on over here? Well, the drivers from Canada that don't speak English. Perfect example, the other day when I loaded in Michigan, guy pulled up behind me, shows me his phone and the address and shrugs his shoulder. He didn't know any English at all. I'll just put it that way. And it's not just the drivers over here, California, Arizona, whatever, with American license. What about the licensed drivers coming over here from another country?
Jody is
over there, because now you're messing with somebody with another country's license.
Well, Jody, so I think, and by the way, it's a great question. I think this is where they're going to have to do some stuff in working with inspectors, because the idea, if that driver's not engaged in cabotage, there's not much you can do. Until they pass a law that says you can't even come in here and drive a truck if you can't speak English. If the driver is non-domiciled, like I said, I think if they have their CDL from here, from this country, and they can't speak English, I don't think. And somebody is more than welcome to give me a call, by the way, and correct me and give Jody the right answer. But I think that if they're not engaged in cabotage, there's not much that can be done. But I am interested. But it's a good point. What do they do? And do they understand enough of what they're supposed to do? That's what's so crucial about this stuff, is that there's nothing wrong with a hard law. There is a lot wrong with not understanding the laws you're enforcing, because that's when the problems start. When you start to have law enforcement agents who start making what I call subjective as opposed to objective kind of rulings on things. David Owen was talking about this. He had said that he would very much like to see more of an attitude of umpires rather than interpreters. The idea that people are simply calling balls and strikes. And right, that's what it comes down. Yeah.
Isn't the rule, if you're driving over here, that you have to understand and be able to speak English?
No.
I mean, enough to where you can get through isn't, okay, that's not a rule?
That's not a rule.
Because everybody, when you read it all, excuse me, on media, it's the rule is if you're going to drive over here, and it's like, I don't really think that's the rule, but okay.
Yeah. The rule is if you have a CDL that is issued from the United States of America, you have to be able to speak English. From any of the 50 states. And by the way, please give us a call and correct. And since my phone lines aren't lighting up like a Christmas tree, I might be onto something here. And I can ask Jay Grimes as well. But the rule is, if you've been given a CDL by one of the 50 states, if the United States of America, if one of those 50 states is issuing you a license, you have to be able to speak English. But what you can't do is you can't tell somebody they can't come in the country. Well, you can, but you got to pass a law, and good luck with that one, because that's the end of tourism. You can't pass a law that says that, imagine that, because where does that end? And by the way, can you imagine that? You can't drive your truck into Mexico because you can't speak Spanish. You can't drive your truck in Ontario or Montreal because you don't speak French. That would create problems unto itself. The rule is, though, that if you are issued a CDL from one of these here 50 states, you need to be able to be proficient in English. That's the rule. Make sense?
Makes sense. Now, the other one, this one's going to make your head hurt. You ready?
It already does, but go ahead.
I'm over in South Carolina the other day doing my break at a truck stop, and we're parked kind of close to the fuel island, okay? So this is where you got to start following me. Car hauler backs in next to me. Nice kid, waves. I say hi. He says hi, blah, blah, blah. Walks into the truck stop, grabs his bag of McDonald's, comes out, puts it on his passenger seat. Pulls away, does basically a half of a U-turn, pulls into the fuel island. Now, the fuel island's right there, like I said. He just walked into the truck stop, right?
Correct.
Pulls into the fuel island, parks his truck, grabs his shower bag, walks in and takes a shower. Blocks the fuel. It's like, why didn't you just do that when you were parked right here? All you did was move 200 feet.
So he had a parking space. I'm going to repeat so I can be angry. So he already had a parking space, and rather than simply hold on to his parking space and walk a little bit further, he rolled into the fuel island and then got out and showered.
Yeah. After he already walked into the truck stop, brung his food out, put it on the passenger seat, pulled away, did a half a U-turn because I thought he was just going to get fuel. So he pulled into the fuel pumps, parked his truck, grabbed his fuel bag, and went in. Meanwhile, his food's sitting on his passenger seat getting cold. That's the first time I've ever seen that. I mean, is that beyond ignorant or is that beyond ignorant?
Well, it's not. I mean, it's just, we've been talking about this. Lindsay was talking about this on the show just this week. The idea of like, all right, I was talking to a friend of mine just yesterday about this, and what he was saying was there's always something to do. Why are you bored and why are you rushing? Because there's always something to do. And the idea that it's like, why wouldn't you bring your food out, sit in your cab, eat your food, get your shower stuff together from your parking space and just walk in? I mean, that's like ADHD. That's like neurodivergence off the chart, man. I mean, that's like, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but today, listen to this, man. It is every ADHD person's nightmare. Today, I kid you not, Jody, it is National Checklist Day. It is a day perfect for truck drivers and imperfect for everybody else. Jody, you're going to get the last word here, and then I got Tony on the phone, do I?
You have Pack Rat calling from Ontario.
Oh, I got Pack Rat from Ontario. Okay, so hold on, Pack Rat. Jody and I got a little more to talk about here. But it's National Checklist Day. Some of these people need a checklist for like just living their lives, like eat, park, buy, eat, stay in your parking space, then walk in and shower. I'm just making sure I'm understanding. Crazy.
If they're going to do that checklist on paper, what you do is you give them a brand new pen with a visible ink, so when they go back an hour later and look at it, it really drives them nuts.
All right, Jody, you're done. You're absolutely done. You're absolutely done. Get out of here, man. I love you. Hit the bricks. That's it.
Love you guys too. You guys have a good day. We'll talk to you.
You as well. By the way, Jody, you still there?
Yeah.
By the way, happy Mischief Night, by the way.
No, not me. Never, ever even thought crossed my mind. Come on now. I'm as innocent can be.
Oh, my God. Get out of here, man. Love you. Be good. Bye.
Love you. Later.
By the way, guys, when I say Mischief Night, there's a lot of really great stuff. A lot of people have national days declared all across the landscape of the 30th to kind of get in on the Halloween action. But one of the most famous ones, of course, is Devil's Night. Mischief Night is October 30th, and anybody ready to play pranks on folks around us in a healthy way can join the fun. Just don't put on masks and threaten your relatives as if you're a bunch of burglars. Enjoy it, have fun, share a healthy laugh with everyone, even the subjects of your pranks. Entertain your neighborhood with silly, fun, and innocent pranks. By the way, it should be strictly for laughs. Madison, before we actually get to our good friend Pack Rat, I'm going to give you some choices here because the National Day of is brought to you by Truck Down. If you find yourself stuck in the ditch, you need to get back on the road, go to truckdown.com. Since 1997, they have been connecting providers to drivers and making sure they can make the deliveries happen. And also, once you get out of that ditch, you can join the celebration. Here are your choices. The end of British summertime. Create a great funeral day. Haunted refrigerator night. National Candy Corn Day. National Speak Up for Service Day. National Text Your Ex Day. Or National Treat Your Pet Day.
Creating your own funeral sounds intriguing.
Oh, I think it's kind of fantastic. Let's talk about this really quickly. And this is the kind of thing that Lindsay just loves. This is the kind of Lindsay doesn't like funerals, but Lindsay likes plan your event.
Planning your death.
if you follow tips and plans for Create a Great Funeral Day on October 30th, you wouldn't need to dread not knowing how you're going to organize your loved one's funerals. On Create a Great Funeral Day, you can let others know how you would like to be sent off. Likewise, it's essential for you to know how your near and dear ones want to bid their final farewell. In New Orleans, right before hurricane season, my whole family sits down together and comes up with a hurricane plan. We come with a hurricane plan. Where are you evacuating to? Do you have the stuff that you need? Where are we going? How are we contacting each other? Guys, it doesn't need to be a sad thing. Every once in a while, sit down, especially with your older family members, and say, hey, do you feel like you have arrangements made for yourself if something goes wrong? And you don't always have to ask the person who's you're talking about. You can ask the other person in their life. Do you guys have a plan? You know where you're being buried? Do you know how you're being buried? Do you know what you want? Because what you really want to stop at the end of days is the fights that break out. It's not what Dad wanted. It's not what Mom wanted. I can't believe you let him speak at the funeral.
Do you have your plans made?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I will go to my father's, in whose mighty company I am no longer ashamed. No, I know I have options. I have two options for how I can be buried. There's something I have access to. We talked about this with Lindsay during the during the menu. What is it? The cookbook that we did. The tombstones with cookbooks on it. That was a great book, by the way. Yeah. So there you go. Plan your own funeral.
I want to be. There's those caskets that are actually like tree seeds. You can like grow into a tree. I always thought that was pretty cool. I want to be a tree.
That's not a bad thing, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Some people end up in paintings, by the way. Our good friend Marshall Planner says good morning. He has jumped in and joined us, one of our biggest friends out there on the road. If you guys haven't hit the like button, I would suggest you do that now. And we're going to bring Packrat into the conversation. How are you doing, my friend?
Good morning, Jimmy Mac.
How's the onboarding going, and how you feeling?
Well, I'm on my maiden voyage right now.
Congratulations, man. Is it fun? I mean, are you excited?
Well, going around the traffic in Toronto is not fun. The downside. But no, I'm looking forward once I get back east of Toronto, things will look good.
Nice. Okay, so what's on your mind? What's happening? What do you want to dig into today?
Okay, we're talking about English proficiency.
Yes, sir.
The laws they apply to us as well. We come across the border. We have to be proficient in English.
So you do.
Yeah. We could get the same tickets. And I know your previous driver was talking about the immigrants that come to Canada and they don't speak English. But it also even goes further back than that is because Quebec. I've come across drivers from that could barely speak English. They're French, but they're very could barely get by in English, and they probably would pass these proficiency tests as well.
Hey guys, I really want to, and like I said, I'm gonna go look this up, and I believe you, by the way, because you're the man who actually has to cross the border. So I'm down with what you're saying. I want to get the particulars of this because I know where the real problem occurs is if you guys are engaged in cabotage, then they hit the ceiling. Especially if you can't speak English, but you shouldn't be doing it anyway. But that's the thing too, as well. But I wonder how many American drivers are crossing the border into Mexico that can't speak Spanish, and do those rules apply to them? And what happens if they put that into place? Do you follow me? I've always been I've been a big believer. And I was talking to my godson because he doesn't know if he wants to go to college yet. And his father, by the way, is a former U.S. Air Marshal and thinks his son should do what he wants to do. His son does great in school. He doesn't know what he wants to do. But he and I were talking, and I believe in my heart that can you imagine the value if, let's just say that you could do construction and had a CDL and could speak 2 languages. Do you know, and can write. Can you imagine that combination, what that's going to mean for the future?
It'd be worth your weight in gold.
Yeah, you would be. You really would be. And by the way, if you weigh 200 pounds, you're worth a lot of money. But that's what we're talking about here. And are people who make their living driving back and forth across the border to factories in Mexico ready to handle the moment? And many of them already can speak Spanish beautifully. Are they ready to handle that magic moment where somebody says, "Go ahead, speak Spanish"? How do they react? You know?
Right. Yeah.
Just interesting.
Well, we don't have a English proficiency language in Canada because we have 2 official languages. So, and I tell you, we talked about this before. It's challenging going to Quebec when you can't read the signs.
Well, let me tell you something else too. It's like, you know who can speak French? Is Claire. And
You're right.
and Claire will tell you right now, what they speak up in Quebec ain't what they speak in Paris. And what they speak in Southwest Louisiana, and what they speak in Southwest Louisiana ain't what they speak in Paris, and ain't what they speak in Quebec. Because I had a good friend of mine who, we worked at university together, and she was Canadian. She was fluent in French. She was fluent in Quebec French. And she was, massively fluent in English, although she would say a boot a lot. But here's the thing. She got down to Southwest Louisiana. I'm looking at Madison right now. Madison, she got in Southwest Louisiana. She, I don't know. She said, I understood half of what they were saying. It's just
well, there's certain areas where they speak Creole too, aren't they? They kind of, the 2 languages kind of blend.
Well, that's the thing about, it's not Creole they speak. It's Acadian, which is a Cajun, essentially what they call Cajun. It's French with a lot of German mixed into it. That's the thing. So you'll meet people who are Cajun who basically have last names like Scheck-Snyder, which is like really crazy. You meet these people who literally are culturally French or Southern Louisiana French, and they have German last names. It's, it's a typical thing where typical America, you cross a whole bunch of boundaries and pick up a lot of stuff along the way. And that's kind of the deal. That's kind of it. What are you delivering today? Can you tell us? Did I lose him? Is he gone? He is gone. I'm sorry. If you want to call back, Pack Rat, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear from any of you guys at 615-292-6366. We can always get our good friend Tony rescheduled at some point here. Sorry we missed him. He may actually pop in later on if we have any space. We don't have any space, though. We got plenty of stuff to unpack here. We got a rack-packed and stacked show. In the middle of it all, by the way, is Jay Grimes. The Director of Federal Affairs for OOIDA is going to be on the scene here in short order, and he's going to be talking about the brouhaha all around non-domiciled CDLs, by the way. And if you're wondering what the heck we're talking about, we actually have to go back to the top of the show. On September 26th, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, you know that guy, he announced that the FMCSA was issuing an emergency interim final rule to prevent unqualified drivers from operating 80,000-pound trucks on the nation's highways. This was the quote from Duffy that I opened up with. We have a government system designed to keep families on the road safe, but the system's been compromised. I'm talking about non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses that are issued across the country. In plain English, and by the way, he chose his words carefully, this is a license to operate a massive 80,000-pound truck that is being issued to foreign drivers who are not U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. The process for issuing these licenses is absolutely 100% broken. It has become a threat to public safety, and it's a national emergency that requires action right now. The rule drastically reduces the number of foreign drivers who would be eligible for a CDL. For instance, an employment authorization document, which you guys know as an EAD, is no longer enough. You can't obtain a non-domiciled CDL with just that. Asylum seekers, asylees, who are people who have been given asylum, refugees, and deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA recipients would also be excluded from eligibility. The DACA stuff, I won't, like I said, guys, I don't editorialize a lot. I have complicated feelings about DACA. I know that some people think it's a hustle, but there are a lot of people who are. They've been here, man. We got to figure this out. I understand that we're taking steps right now to kind of clear the system out. I really hope that some cooler heads prevail once we do, and once we get the numbers whittled down, we start looking at things on a case-by-case basis. I think it's important, too, because we all know there are people who really have played by the rules. By the way, speaking of the rule, the emergency rule remains open to public comment through November 28th. It did take effect immediately, but it doesn't mean that rule is going to remain in effect forever. It's already being challenged in court, as many of you know, and by the way, it's a rule. So what does that rule mean? It means it could be reversed. That's kind of the situation. And that's where the non-domiciled CDL Integrity Act comes in. I got a cough here for a second. Hold on. Okay, there we go. HR 5688 is possibly the solution to making sure it doesn't get reversed, or as I like to call it, making sure that Congress actually does its job as opposed to relying on, a really, really powerful executive branch to come in and kind of enforce it. Who do I got on the phone?
You got Weasel.
All right, give me a second, Weasel. I'll get to you. Hold on a second. HR 5688 was introduced by David Rosette, Republican in North Carolina. It would make the Trump administration's emergency interim final rule into a law. Doing so would make any attempts to change course much more difficult. Let's bring Weasel in. Good morning.
Hey, morning, folks. Jimmy, Madison.
What is going on?
Oh, two different things real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I actually got asked to not take German my second year in high school because I took it my freshman year, and my grandpa is full-blooded German. Plus, during the summer, I worked out by a Hutterite colony, and they speak a mixture of German, Russian, and Dutch.
Wow.
So I picked up a lot of different things. And when I came back to German in high school, my sophomore year, saying stuff in German from the Hutterites and my grandpa,
Go ahead, Weasel. Did I lose you?
I'm here.
Okay. So you basically were told not to come in because what was the reason? That you had it down, or was it because you were so pigeoning it?
I was so pigeoning it, and I was good at it, at what I learned over the summer, better than what she taught me the year before.
Oh, okay. That's fantastic.
Because I was speaking it all summer.
I have to tell you, if I was ever in charge, if ever I had a ward or somebody I was in charge of and they were younger, the first thing I would do is get them speaking multiple languages. It is a skill like no other. And by the way, anytime you speak multiple languages, it forces you to have to start writing and reading on a regular basis, which means you get that muscle memory worked up too, which makes you a really dangerous, and I mean that in a positive way, person in the employment sector. Weasel, I'm going to have to let you go. I got you in a little bit too late, but what are you doing with the rest of your day?
One more real quick thing. Tomorrow night and Saturday night, from 4 to 7 tomorrow night, watch out for the little ones if you're driving through town. From 8 to 2 in the morning, watch out for the old idiots that are going downtown dressed up. And that's the same for Saturday night.
And the
sure
same,
there'll be parties.
And the same for tonight, where a lot of people will have trunk or treats and a lot of events and stuff going on to kind of like maybe a lot of adults want to have a longer weekend for themselves, so they may do some fun stuff, including Halloween parties for their little ones. So absolutely well said, by the way, my friend. As always, Weasel for the win. Thank you, brother.
You bet. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, me. Thank you, Madison. You always, by the way, Madison, you haven't done this enough to know this, but you always got to let the Weasel thank everybody. He always does. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Lots of groovy stuff headed your way. Really pleased about Ivan Meisner is going to be joining us as well. Small talk and job interviews is the topic on the docket. We'll be getting him in here. He is the founder and chief visionary officer of BNI, the world's largest business networking organization. The new book, Networking is a Marathon, Not a Sprint, is part of the topic of conversation.
"17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
So it is National Checklist Day, and before we get to our next guest, who we've got queued up, I do want to do some checking in on the man who is in the pink. Our good friend 3.5 has given us a call with an update and just some words of wisdom, as he always does, before we get to Dr. Ivan Meisner. Hey, my friend, how are you doing? How are you feeling? How did it go?
Well, it went good, and I'm feeling okay. Today's schedule is walking and eating, speaking with the doctor, passing a little gas. I don't know why they're so excited about me passing gas, but that's part of the deal.
I'm excited about you passing gas. I kind of know the deal, and that's kind of a great thing, by the way.
Yeah, won't do that on the air, but but do want to encourage all the drivers, men and women, to develop a relationship with a general physician. Catching stuff early is the key, and I know I sound like a broken record, but You pre-trip your truck. You need to pre-trip your body, and listen to the doctor coming up.
I let that land because I'm looking at Madison now. Madison, we're going to take a note. This happened at 8:01. We're going to actually clip that out, and along with the good reverends, Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, we might drop that in between commercials. You can be a broken record on that as much as you like. There's so many of our friends out there who still don't seem to get it. And the worst part is that many of them have beautiful trucks, which means when it comes to getting with people like Kevin Lindsay, they have no problem making that happen. They do it for their trucks all the time. It's about time they establish a relationship with a doctor like they do a mechanic and just get in there for real, not just physicals, genuine, bona fide checkups, right?
That's right. And listen to your doctor.
Absolutely. But you're feeling good?
Yeah, no, good. We're doing good. Throat's a little sore from the breathing tube and all that. But the voice is coming back, and things are seem to be moving along.
I am proud of you, and I don't mean that in that kind of condescending way. I am proud to know you as a friend. I am proud of you for being honest and forthright with our listeners, and I'm proud of all the work you do for the ATHS as well too. You are very appreciated, 3.5. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You betcha, buddy. Look forward to seeing you in June.
Yes, sir. You will see us in June. We will be at the ATHS. We're having those conversations already. Thank you. 3.5. Madison, would you do me the honor?
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Ivan Meisner is a New York Times bestselling author with a PhD in organizational behavior. By the way, it's National Checklist Day. I'm sure he's got some thoughts about that. He's trained countless professionals in strategic networking and has interviewed with national media, as you guys know, CNBC, The Today Show, CBS News, SHRM, Business Insider, Entrepreneur, and so much more. But he joins us today here at Road Gang Radio. We are thrilled to have him back. It's good to have you, my friend. Welcome back. You can go to Ivan Meisner, LISNER.com, and learn more about his books and connect with him. How are you today?
I am doing fantastic. You know, it doesn't do any good to complain to people how you're doing because half the people don't care and the other half are glad you're worse off than they are.
Well, maybe you'd be doing people a public service then. It seems like you're doing fabulous. I'm not doing so well. Just wanted to let you know. Or if they're doing badly, you can tell them, hey, you know, you're not doing as bad as I am. And then they can feel better about themselves. But you got to be really deliberative in that, I think, sometimes. You know, you have this book, Networking is a Marathon, Not a Sprint, How to Outlast, Outconnect, and Outperform the Competition. But one of the ways that we can do it is small talk, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, it starts with meeting somebody. What I train on is this idea of visibility, credibility, profitability. So first you have to be visible, and in order to be visible, you have to meet people. In order to meet people, you know, there's going to be a little bit of small talk, and you know, if you go into it having an understanding of what to do, you're going to be a lot better.
It's funny too, because on the chat in the mornings, we have a big chat. Our good friend Marshall Platter, who just gave us $5. What a wonderful man he is. Our good friend Marshall and our good friend Trucker Bosun, they often come in telling us how the weather is in their locations. They do. I mean, and we love it, by the way, because for us, it's actually giving people updates what the Pennsylvania Turnpike is like, you know, what the Iowa 80 is like, all of that kind of stuff. But weather, it's as simple as weather sometimes in regards to small talk. And there are people who hate small talk, but it's almost like warming up for a real conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, talking about the weather's okay if you don't stay there longer than the forecast. Right? Weather can be a runway, but it shouldn't be the flight. You can pivot quickly. You can say, you know, it's really been hot. How are you keeping cool? Are you doing any fun projects indoors? And suddenly you've gone from meteorologist to a meaningful conversationalist. Apologies to any meteorologists you may have there.
Well, the thing is, though, a meteorologist, though, that the small talk actually, the small talk for a meteorologist isn't the weather, and a meteorologist often will only talk about the weather if you ask them specific questions, and then they can kind of get into their area of expertise. But the idea is that there's a couple of tell signs that you can actually track. You can get a sense of, you know, where a conversation is going by how the small talk starts. Can you kind of give us, you know, tips for reading people in small talk and how to make your small talk transitional, like you just said, as opposed to a stuck area?
Yeah. So your small talk is being evaluated really the moment you say hello, and it happens faster than a sneeze in a cat cafe. People form a first impression within the first 7 to 10 seconds. So the tone of your greeting, your eye contact, even how you say the other person's name, all send a message. And you should say the other person's name. You should repeat it when you're talking to them. And so it's really, are you present or are you just physically in the room while your mind's still parking the car? Small talk doesn't have to be shallow. It's a bridge to meaningful conversation. And there are topics that signal that you're nervous, and there are topics that signal confidence. Topics that signal that you're nervous are things like apologizing for yourself. You know, I'm not really good at networking, or I'm not a fan of networking events, or oversharing personal issues. Oh my goodness, I've had people overshare. It's like, this is way too much information, but they do it. Confident conversation starters focus on asking what they're excited about. What are you working on? Reacting positively to something that they've shared. Compliment something specific, not generic. Confidence isn't loud, it's curious. The person who asks thoughtful questions looks like the one who knows really what they're doing. I had a guest over, I had dinner guests over last night, and the gentleman was in my office, and I have a really nice office that I had built, and he looked at all the things in my office and he said, tell me what you're most proud of in this office. And I said, nobody's ever asked me that question. I mean, they'll say, wow, this is a beautiful office, I love it, but nobody's ever said, what are you most proud of? What an interesting conversation starter. And I pointed to something that I had gotten from a children's center 30 years ago. And it's what I'm most proud of in my office.
Like I said, and I wanted to ask you a question in regards to small talk that actually relates to what you're most proud of in your office. Is getting to know somebody before you actually ever meet them a good way of actually helping kind of set small talk up? And can you actually practice small talk? And I'm a big fan of rehearsing stuff. And rehearsing it, what is it? You learn it to forget it to know it, is what I often say to people. Is it a good idea to kind of really work on that on a regular basis? Is there anything insane about practicing small talk or practicing techniques?
Well, no, there's nothing crazy about that. And as a matter of fact, I did that with the company that was coming over. I knew the one person really well, but I didn't know the gentleman well. And so, thank goodness for Monsieur Google, because you can Google anybody practically. And so I learned that he was a retired colonel in the Air Force. I had learned that he flew F-117 stealth fighters. And so I knew about this gentleman before he came in. And so the small talk was for him an opportunity to talk about the things that he could talk about. Here's one thing I learned in the opening small talk with him, talking about the stealth fighter, that the original stealth fighters, not the 117s, but the original stealth fighters were in total radio silence. They could not contact each other on radio at all, because that meant an antenna had to come out and they could be seen. So I didn't know that about the stealth fighters. And you find out really interesting things about people when you work small talk, when you work what you know about them into the small talk.
It's interesting, by the way, just to kind of show you how my brain works. You brought up the stealth technology, and I instantly, if I'd been in a conversation after kind of digging into all of that, one thing I didn't know about stealth technology, I found out recently in going back and watching Zero Dark 30 about the raid on Osama bin Laden's compound. I wasn't aware that the two helicopters they used had never been used before, and the program was almost scrapped by the Pentagon, but they were wrapped in the same technology that actually created stealth fighters. And I didn't know that, which meant they ran extremely heavy, but they also ran silent. And what caused the accident, the first one, was they both were so heavy that the pilots weren't used to using them. Which is why they then insisted on having a second chopper there, because they had to have a backup plan in case things went sideways. And I'm doing all of this, by the way, Dr. Meister, to show people how literally, if you're actually listening to people as opposed to waiting to interrupt, that's a big thing too, because you talked about being curious, that you need to really listen to people. And it seems to me, and I'd love your answer to this, that sometimes you shouldn't know what you are going to say beyond what you're initially going to say, because you want to leave yourself open to listening and responding in the moment. It's almost like a high wire act engaging in small talk to some degree, right?
Yeah, you want to have a few things in your mind to say, to open up. But then what's really important is to follow the tree limbs of the discussion, because they're going to branch off in one direction or another. And you want to go on that branch and continue to ask other questions along that line, which I did with him, which in my case was, there was one case where they broke silence. Why did they break silence on that one case? And he told me why. And it was because a pilot went down. And so somebody broke silence. And he said it's the only time in all the years in the military that he had seen that happen. And I was like, okay, that makes sense to me. And so you're right. If you're curious, you learn things. You learn sometimes really interesting things from people. And so small talk is it's a way of opening a door versus slamming it shut. So it opens doors for conversations. A good networker has 2 ears and 1 mouth, and uses both proportionately. And we teach that in the organization I founded, BNI. We teach that. 2 ears and 1 mouth. Be curious.
What is, okay.
A good networker, by the way, is like you, an interviewer. You're asking me questions and you're allowing me to elaborate. And then you add in your own comments and thoughts. But a good networker is like a good interviewer.
I wanted to kind of add something from the chat, because somebody made another thing that goes back to my rehearsal idea. And by the way, I want to also point out Dr. Meisner's tone, by the way, is warm and inviting, friendly. It isn't detached. It's an attempt for both of us to kind of connect, which is, by the way, real. But what's neat about it is, so I'm bringing up the tone of your voice because one of our listeners on the chat actually said how much of your body language then has to kind of be incorporated into making sure that when you are engaged in small talk, people know that you are open to listening to them. That's the other big thing, too, that we can actually ask questions, but if we're asking questions rote or we're detached, how do we create a physical presence through both our voice and our bodies to let people know I'm open to listening to you as opposed to just waiting to interrupt?
Well, a couple of things. First, eye contact. First and foremost, absolutely eye contact. You have to maintain eye contact. And don't be looking around the room for a bigger name. I mean, I've seen that happen where people are like looking around the room to see, is there somebody more important that I should be talking to? You have to maintain perfect eye contact. And I have this photograph. I've had an opportunity to meet Richard Branson many times. And I have this photograph. I had told him about my son and his lack of interest in college. And about 4 months later, I meet Richard at an event, and I have this photograph of Richard talking to my son, talking about the importance of lifelong learning, because he remembered the conversation, which blew my mind. And second, this photograph is perfect, because here's this billionaire talking to who was then a teenager, and it's perfect eye contact. And he wasn't lecturing him. He was just having a conversation about the importance of lifelong learning, whether you have a degree or not. And I have this great photo, and I love this photo because it shows that he was curious and interested and helpful with my teenage son. So that's important. I'll give you one other thing that I think is important. You do want to maintain eye contact, but let me suggest that you also want to stand slightly askew. So if you were looking down from the God view, if you're standing perpendicular to each other, nobody can join the conversation. But if you stand at a slight V where it's open, somebody else can step on in. And then when somebody else steps on in, it's a triangle. And then step again to one direction or the other and open it up so that it becomes a U. So somebody else comes in. That's a form of body language that very few people practice, but what it does is it's inviting. It invites people into the conversation.
One of the things I have noticed too with occasionally that eye contact is that what you're telling people, and I'm going to get to the slightly askew thing as well too, because you actually set off two thoughts in my mind that actually sets up a story about John Kennedy, is that you want to make sure, and I'm asking this as a question, you want to make sure that the person in the room thinks that they're the only person in the room in regards to the times that they are talking, right? I mean, you want to make sure that the person feels like that they are the most important part of this moment. It really is creating a sense of there's no place to get to, there's no place to be. You mentioned not looking around the room, not scoping out the better opportunity, that even the smallest of players in the game, a teenage boy who's got his whole life ahead of him but doesn't have any contacts, is the most important thing to your world at this very moment. That's the first kind of pillar of it, right? You want to create that sense of you're important and you deserve to be listened to, right?
100%. I mean, a billionaire talking to a teenager is not necessary. It's not even common. But I can tell you 100% that my son was very impressed with Branson. And Branson's not a friend, but I've met him many times. And I can tell you his ego does not enter the room before he does. He's a very humble person for a billionaire. And so I think we should all be that. Humble people don't think less of themselves. They just think of themselves less. And I think that's important when you're meeting people.
That's one of those things that has a profundity and a simplicity in the sense that it's like, that's a great definition of humility. It isn't false humility. It isn't that sense of I'm just a poor sharecropper from a poor sharecropper's farm who somehow managed to rise to great heights of wealth. That's actually a humble brag. Humility is enough about me, talk about you. in the sense that it's like,
Yeah.
let's get back to what's important here. The JFK story I was going to tell you actually was early on in his career when he was running for Senate. His brother would find out somebody's service, would find out one of the people that they wanted, being a volunteer for them or work on their, work on some of the, the staffing offices. And they would go to parties and the man would be talking to his wife, and John F. Kennedy would walk by and point at the husband but talk to the wife, and he would know something about the man's service. And he says, I hope you know the man you're married to here, what a fine man he is. You've done very well for yourself. And they said that it would make this amazing, I mean, it's a political trick, but they said it would make this amazing impact on people, that they were being put at the center of a stage for somebody. And it almost feels like we talk about rehearsal and all that, but that you're staging somebody in small talk to be the best version of themselves that they can be and to see themselves that way, because that's a gift you give people, I think. I think when you do that,
I think you're right.
You give people a gift.
I think if you can edify other people in front of, a spouse like you described, or a parent. I've done that a lot with B&I employees where I meet the parent and I say, your daughter is amazing at her job. She's really, really good. You should be really proud of her. And of course, the daughter's there and hearing me compliment her, but the mother just shines. And so a spouse, a parent talking to them like that is definitely a door opener with, in small talk.
I was at a basketball game in high school, and there was one of the moms was sitting behind me, and I was talking, and I turned around, and she broke into this big smile, and she said, I would know you anywhere. She said, I was at high school at the same time your dad went here. And she said, you are a spitting image. And she said, if you're half as smart as your dad, we're all in a lot of trouble. And I remember going home and seeing my dad in an absolutely different light after that. I look back on that memory a lot of the time. And that often complimenting not even the person, but people the person is associated with becomes kind of a great networking thing, saying you're working with the right people. They picked the right person. I know your boss. He's a great guy. And if he picked you, I can see why he picked you. All of that kind of stuff really lands. It's got to be genuine, but it really does land. I mean, the idea of staging.
It has to be genuine. Can I ask, how old were you when she said that to you?
15 years old.
Roughly.
15.
I'm sorry?
I was 15 years old.
15.
I was 15.
And you looked at your dad in a different light. Good for you. Something similar happened to me with my daughter, and her boss asked her, Meisner, you wouldn't happen to be related to Ivan Meisner, would you? And she said, oh, yeah, that's my dad. And she was in her 20s, early 20s. And she didn't, I was just dead. So she said, yeah, it's my dad. He said, oh my goodness, he's your father? He runs a global organization. She said, yeah. Have you ever talked to him about how to scale a business? No. He said, here's a notepad. I want you to write down 10 things on how to grow a global company. And I want you to call him while you're here, and I want you to set an appointment to go ask him these 10 questions. And she's like, really? He said, yes. He said, and could you ask him if it's okay if I come too? Because I have some questions I'd like to ask him. This is her boss. I'm telling you, my daughter looked at me totally different after that day. It was like when her boss was impressed, all of a sudden, I'm not just dad, I'm a successful business person. And it completely changed our relationship and our connection to one another in a very positive way.
Yeah, and I have one more. I'm sorry to kind of go into this little wormhole, but this is really, when I went to go work in my early 20s as an investigator at a law firm, the first day on the job, one of the attorneys came down the hall and said, you're John's son. I went, yeah. He goes, your dad is one of the smartest people I have ever met, and I just wanted to tell you that, and walked away. And that just landed. I mean, it's just like that. The way that lands is extraordinary. And, and of course, that made me subject to Mark Twain's From 15 to 25. I could not believe, Dr. Meisner, how much my father had learned in that time. I was stunned at how brilliant he had become. Okay, so we've done a lot of positive stuff here. We have a little bit of time left. What is the wrong kind of small talk? What is, like I said, we talked about the idea of being self-depreciating to the point of it not being funny, and we talked about the idea that don't stay in the clouds of rain. But is there a way? I hate to ask this question because either you're authentic and genuine or you're not, but are there ways that you can actually come off as incredibly phony and technique kind of driven? And how do you avoid it?
Yeah, absolutely. Some deal breakers include gossiping, talking about other people to someone that you don't necessarily know really well, because then it makes you wonder, what are they going to say about me after they walk away? I'd stay away from controversial topics right out of the gate until you really get to know someone, especially politics. People get so mad in my organization, in BNI, we have a no politics rule. You can't discuss politics. And people get really mad over that. But what I have found is that it can be very divisive. We live in a world of very divisive politics right now. And what's interesting is that we think that it's more divisive than ever. And it might be a little bit more, but I just read a biography on George Washington. Trust me, it was unbelievably divisive with the first president. Just shockingly divisive. So no politics. And the irony is that my bachelor's degree is in political science, but I don't talk politics with people I don't know. Complaining about the event is another one. And believe it or not, people do it. Hey, I really don't like this organization. I don't know why I'm here. And so those are really mistakes. The purpose of small talk isn't to just fill silence. It's to find common ground and to start to build a very low level of trust. So in networking, it's not about collecting business cards. You're collecting relationships, genuine relationships. And that's what you want to be shooting for.
And I would add, along with Dr. Meisner, one of the things that I would recommend to people is find people who are really good at it and make sure you pay attention to them and stay in their orbit, because there are people who are genuine masters of it, and you can see the delight they take in meeting new people. One of the people that I know who is very much involved with helping the studio get off the ground, he is a master of not seeing people as business cards, but he often will see one person and then see another and do nothing more than put them together to succeed together and then step back. And there are so many people who are grateful because he is remembering other people when he's talking to the people that he is just meeting and figuring out ways to get these remarkable people together. We're going to run out of time here. I want to give you the final word before we actually have to shuffle off this radio coil.
Well, you mentioned business cards, and a real good technique when you get a business card from somebody is tell me what's on the back of the business card. And people say, well, there's nothing. Well, I know what's on the front, but tell me something about yourself that's not on the card. And that's a really interesting conversation that you then have, and you make a connection with somebody. I'll leave you with this. The book is called Networking's a Marathon, Not a Sprint, because people use networking too transactionally. Hi, my name's Ivan, let's do business. Where instead it needs to be relational. And that's a marathon. It takes time to build relationships with people. And if you do that, you're building a solid business.
Networking is a marathon, not a sprint. How to outlast, outconnect, and outperform the competition. If you want to learn more about the book or the man that wrote it, go to ivanmeisner.com. Lots of great stuff over there. Networking impresario. Ivan Meisner, Dr. Ivan Meisner, has joined us this morning. I can't thank you enough for making the time for our listeners out there. Many of them are small business owners who make their living on the highways and byways and do a lot of networking across the docks and hubs of America. They appreciate your time, sir.
Well, anytime, my friend. I enjoy the interviews with you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. By the way, the best, Madison, simply the best. The guy is the best. Hope you have the best of Halloweens and the best of weekends, sir. Good talking to you. We're going to come back on the other side of this with our good friend Jay Grimes, long-suffering Orioles fan. He can now take delight in my suffering of being up 3-2 and then losing the whole thing. I hope Toronto has the same surprise in store for them. They got to face Yamamoto next week. They are ahead 3-2 in the World Series. Washington Trucking Week is next. Get out of that ditch and go to truckdown.com.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
Yes, we are back. It's me, Madison with the T, and you are listening to Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport studio in the beautiful city of New Orleans. How you feeling, Jimmy?
I'm actually feeling really good. Our good friend Showtime has his truck driver costume for tomorrow, flip-flops, champion sweatsuit, and 3 cans of Axe body spray. Trucker's Voices says good morning. Good morning to you, Tim. Always good to see you hanging around here. And by the way, Trucker Bosun asked me to tell you, to quote, you're doing a bang-up job, Madison. Keep up the good work.
Oh,
well
thank
done.
Thank you.
And by the way, our good friend Foraught, actually, if you guys head on over to the chat, you will see that he has made a wonderful recommendation. There is an app called Highway Weather Routing. You put in the average speed, has a timeline weather along the route. Happy day before Halloween. Happy Mischief Night. Happy Plan Your Own Funeral Day. Happy Checklist Day, by the way. You're going to need a checklist if you're going to plan your funeral, if you're going to go out on Mischief Night. How about that? So if you go out on Mischief Night, there's a good chance you might have a funeral after that, which means you might want to make a checklist to leave with everybody after you've shuffled off this radio coil. Okay, I'm going to change gears here a little bit. Speaking of leaving letters and farewells for people, you need to listen to the interview with Teresa Bruno from yesterday on We Should Write. It is now available on all streaming platforms. Once again, Lindsay has managed to get people to talk about things you would never think they would talk about and do it in a way that they are both grateful, warm, and generous in. It is a remarkable segment, as many of them all. They're all great, but sometimes the guests come on and say things that they never thought they would say. Sometimes they say things that they refuse to talk to bigger media outlets about. That's part of the power of We Should Write, the therapeutic power of writing. If you can't afford therapy, you can always write until you can afford therapy, but then you should go see a therapist, as Lindsay likes to say. You know who needs therapy is long-suffering baseball fans. They just need therapy. Baltimore Oriole fans, although they've got a couple of World Series championships from a long time ago in their top pocket, Mariner fans do not. I am one. We got up 3-2, Jay Grimes, the federal, director of federal affairs for OOIDA. We got up 3-2 and then lost it, and now I got to watch the Blue Jays just walk their way into it. I think they're stealing signs, dude. They seem to know every pitch that's coming. How are you this morning?
They're on fire at the plate, and up 3-2 and up 3-1 in Game 7. But I don't want to bring that up again. But it is Halloween season, so plenty of nightmares abound for Mariners and Orioles fans alike.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you this though, make you feel better, is the fact that they played their hearts out in Los Angeles in that last game in particular because man, they got to face Yamamoto when they get back to Toronto, and that guy may be the reincarnation, although he's still alive, of Greg Maddux. 120 pitches, complete game he's pitched 2 complete games in his last 2 outings in the playoffs. That is something extraordinary, and we thought we'd never see the likes of it again. Made John Smoltz very happy, I can tell you that. How are you doing, Jay? How's it going, buddy?
Going well here. Going to try and keep people listening and tuning in before you get into some rock and roll discussion next hour with Bob Dylan and the history of the band there.
Yeah, I'm really stoked about that. And Scott's been on a couple of times as well too. He's actually been here to talk about the the Monterey Pop Festival. He's a really, really great writer, and this is really cool too. The last guy is Dion Graham, who plays the DA in The Wire. He actually is reading Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, and dude, I put that on the headsets I normally read the books, but I've read Martian Chronicles so many times. I'm like, I'm going to listen to Graham read this pillar to post. He may be, outside of Dave Nemo, the perfect person to read Ray Bradbury. And I think, as far as Martian Chronicles go, he might be a little better. I think Dave would probably beat him when it comes to Something Wicked This Way Comes. Okay, that's enough of that nonsense. Let's talk about non-domiciled CDLs. What is going on?
Yeah, well, certainly have had the final rule in place here, interim final rule for about a month now. The back and forth between USDOT and California continues, not only on non-domiciled CDLs, but enforcement of English language proficiency. Certainly, we've been supportive of the interim final rule. We're working with Congress to make sure that the final rule text is enacted via legislation through the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act, introduced by Congressman David Rouser out of North Carolina. And even though we're in kind of day 30 of the shutdown here, work in Washington continues, especially on transportation matters. We're kind of waiting to see what happens with shutdown. Discussions kind of pick up here over the last couple days on the Senate side. There was a big confrontation with Senate Leader John Thune and Democrat Senator Lujan on the Senate floor yesterday, which raised some eyebrows. So can tell kind of, lawmakers are getting testier and testier as this drags out.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, too, because what's funny that's playing itself out over there, and don't worry, Jay, I won't pull you into the politics of it, is that it turns out that there are members of the House who are actually creating pressure on certain members of the Senate to kind of figure out a way to move this ball forward, because some of them, particularly in the reddest of districts, are getting real pressure from their constituents about certain services. So we're going to see how this kind of plays itself out. I don't know if you know this, but Louisiana actually is going to fund SNAP beyond November 5th. They're going to fund it. They're going to keep it going because it threatens the jobs of it threatens the food of not only the people who actually use it, but it actually threatens a whole bunch of jobs in regards to both Amazon and Walmart, which are the biggest recipient of SNAP benefits. All right, I just wanted to kind of get that in there. But you guys are focused on the fact that so much of trucking and so much of transportation has been continuing during this process, and there has been a flurry of conversations about codifying non-domiciled CDLs, taken from an executive order and from an FMCSA rule into an actual legal reality, correct?
That's right. And we think that legislation introduced by Congressman Rouser is the best bill to accomplish codifying that interim final rule that was announced by DOT and the Trump administration last month. It would really crack down on the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. And I think the reports that kind of gave DOT the reasoning to issue an interim final rule, which is really an expedited process that kind of skips the public comment period in the name of public safety, was a necessary move. I think that was highlighted by another crash we saw out in California last week, and the process for that driver to get his license and to get his license upgraded and You see California State Patrol saying, it was federally approved, DOT disagrees, and it really kind of highlights all the gaps and the loopholes between DOT regulations and the state driver's license agencies who are issuing CDLs in the respective states, not only CDLs, but in 43 states, non-domiciled CDLs, and some of the states to a really, really dramatic level, especially over the last few years. And I think it's kind of shined a light on some of the improvements that need to be made, not only from enforcement of English language proficiency and getting rid of these non-domiciled CDLs, but across the board when it comes to different licensing protocols, different training protocols. And last week we sent a letter to lawmakers, kind of, leading off with, hey, let's codify this non-domiciled CDLs. Let's get some bills to codify English language proficiency. Let's not introduce any more legislation or enact legislation that would entitle younger drivers to get into the trucking industry. But let's focus on bolstering driver training standards. Just to start with, we had an entry-level driver training rule that was finally implemented about 3 years ago. But when you kind of look through that, it's very bare minimum. No minimum hours of behind-the-wheel training necessary. The curriculum, there are some benchmarks to hit, but it leaves a lot of leeway for the individual driving schools, the trainers, to kind of sign off on drivers. We think there needs to be a lot more comprehensive training standards so that when drivers get their CDL, they know what they're getting into. They have some capability to handle some of the challenging scenarios they're going to face when they're on the road, where they're by themselves, in weather, in geography. And maybe 6 months down the line, they're going to understand, they're going to have the training that they're not going to want to leave the industry when the first trouble they hit. So that's what we led off with the letter. We go through a lot more changes that both Congress and DOT can make, whether that's the training provider registry, strengthening new entrant audit requirements, eliminating unsafe CDL exemptions and waivers, and establishing more oversight and accountability for third-party CDL testing providers to really improve licensing and training across the board for all entry-level driver trainings, as individuals decide that they want to get into the trucking business and get their CDL.
Yeah, and there's like I said, if you listen to all the different things we've talked about here, and you guys lay this out on many occasions in many different forms and fashions, there's a real kind of vision that's kind of being put into place here. It's not just piecemeal stuff, not just bits and pieces, but they're all, as Colin and I have talked about this too at length, it's interconnected. The idea is to clean the system out of people who don't belong on the road. That's first and foremost. And then figure out, given the gaps that it will create, that of course will have an impact on the safety of the highways and make the highways a more attractive place to work. You guys are not opposed to onboarding 18-year-olds to get behind the wheel of a truck. What you're opposed to is them crossing state lines until they've actually had the 1.5, 2, 3 years necessary to get them up to speed to be genuine drivers. The way we do that is by creating training programs that actually take the genuine, legitimate amount of time, that actually put them in place to succeed. And also, we want these people leaving the profession before they get started in it, which means they get into a program and realize it's not for them because of the stringency and the requirements that are there for the training. That's where the weed out process should be. It should not be slapping CDLs into people's hands, sending them out on the road, and then having leave the profession to then have certain players go, we can't hold on to anybody. You need to expand how many people we can bring in. It should become, no, we should make sure that the people we deliver you understand the trials and tribulations along with the success stories of the road. That's the idea from a big 30,000-foot perspective, correct?
Exactly. Raising the barrier of entry into the trucking profession. And we kind of, first and foremost, critical safety issue, making sure you have drivers who are getting on the road, driving long haul, that they are prepared to deal with the lifestyle, to deal with the challenges, and have the skills through a rigorous and comprehensive training program to accomplish that. And we think if that can be done and achieved, they're going to much likelier going to be staying in the industry long term. And as a result, that's going to have more experienced, safer drivers on the road. It's going to, I think, make trucking a much more rewarding and sustainable career. You're going to have wages go up with more experienced drivers, and are also going to eliminate a lot of these unqualified drivers who we know are on the road now, who probably didn't get their license, may have not gotten their license in the way the regulations are designed, and that can be a fatal result in the end, as we've seen all too often. Another thing is that you've got this low barrier of entry creating this plague of freight fraud where DOT, FMCSA, law enforcement personnel can't keep up with these criminal entities that are seeing the vulnerabilities in the trucking registration system and taking advantage of legitimate motor carriers and legitimate brokers as well.
Well, the other thing is that I've encouraged my listeners to actually get on Google and just type in Sing Organization, SINGH, Sing Organization, and they will be horrified by what they will see. It's a criminal group accused of cargo theft. That's what they were doing in California, and there were 11 guys named Singh and one guy named Hernandez, and what they were doing was they had basically faked a number of DOT numbers. I mean, they basically had faked themselves into being legitimate businesses, and they were stealing the information and the data from legitimate businesses, and they were just literally walking off with like all kinds of computer products, technology products, high-end products, and they did it for the better part of 4 years, and a couple of them were CDL licensed. And it goes exactly to what you're talking about, the idea that when you give people those CDLs and you give them willy-nilly, they get pulled over. They look legit because in some ways they've been given the imprimatur of a state CDL inspector. And that creates a real problem. And so the stringency we're talking about is not to slow things down, but is to get things back on track too. The other thing, I wanted to ask you this as well, because we do a segment here, Education Station, every week, and we have talked to different providers, and consistently, we know the guys we talk to 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 8 weeks, semester-long projects, and their complaints, a lot of the people in the legitimate CDL issuance area are as equally infuriated by what's going on as you are, because it's undercutting their legitimate businesses and their legitimate state accreditations that they have worked so hard to kind of achieve. Do you guys have partners in this, in that letter that you wrote?
I'm sure not official partners in the letter that we sent out last week, but I think it's going to be well received by a lot of folks across the industry who want to see that barrier to entry increase, because they've been doing things the right way. They know it works. They know the drivers that they're training end up having long careers. And but this kind of goes to the point that we raised in the letter on this training provider registry. And this was established as part of the rulemaking that went into effect in February 2022. And the goal of this was to really make sure that every commercial training entity is registered with FMCSA. So new entry individuals who are looking to get their CDL can find a provider that may be close to them that they want to look at and can easily find where to go. But the other part of that is to make sure that those entities are, delivering the proper training. And right now, the process is all self-certified. We know the problems with that on ELDs, and we haven't really seen the upkeep from FMCSA on making sure that all these training provider entities are doing things by the book, and that there's a process to remove inadequate trainers and schools from that list. FMCSA is starting to get around to that. There's been some legislation discussed and to try and expedite that process. That needs to be done quicker. We're also calling for that there's got to be a record when you see repeated offenders coming from a same school, the same trainer, that those trainers and schools maybe need to be put out of business by FMCSA. So we've got the tools in place now to kind of, to measure who's doing things the right way from a training perspective. We need more comprehensive standards, and we need better oversight of that training provider registry to make sure that people who are doing it the right way are staying in business, and the people who are trying to do shortcuts and get around the regulations are not going to be allowed in business.
I want to kind of go back to Rouser's bill here, which, by the way, is H.R. 5688. And it goes back to the idea of actually codifying stuff into law. And I'm going to use that bill as a way of kind of going back to education here for a second. And there is no silver bullet, but there's a lot of things that if a comprehensive law was written about any of these particular things and made in a way that there were no loopholes or moments to exploit stuff, could really make a difference in reforming almost anything. We go back to the idea that CDL training. Jay, and by the way, not having an answer to this is perfectly acceptable, but there's a model in which if you write the CDL issuance law in such a way that a lot of problems could go away really quickly if you really clamp down on just that. I'm not saying there aren't other problems that we have to deal with, but simply figuring out a way not to have it be pieces of paper, get you a piece of paper, that it becomes an inconvenience, but it becomes a real process of training and onboarding people and really making them go through the hoops to get where they have to get to. It would solve a lot of problems in the sector and the space, would it not?
Yep, and these go hand in hand here is, having the stronger training legislation and then having legislation that's going to codify some of these DOT actions that are going to really crack down on these illegal and inadequate licensing protocols. And again, HR 5688, that the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act, simply would make that Trump administration's emergency interim final rule that's in place now. I've also got to mention we've seen a lawsuit filed to that interim final rule, and that process is going to take place while the interim rule is in effect. If you codify that rule, it's going to make any potential changes much more difficult to get through. So having that as a permanent law is really a necessary action to supplement the strength of the emergency interim final rule that was announced last month. So a whole lot of moving parts in terms of non-domiciled CDLs going on right now, both in regulatory, legislative, and legal fields, but really shining the light on comprehensive training and licensing from the get-go across the board.
Well, and also the other thing, there is actually a silver lining for those people who are concerned about the executive order and also concerned about the rule, is that one of the things that codifying into law does can remove a lot of the subjectivity of the enforcement of it as well, because then you can really and I want to make sure I'm clear, and Jay, please, you're the expert here, correct me, but what can happen is that there are two kinds of people who are opposed to what the FMCSA has done. There are players, there are players who are not concerned much about other than their own bottom line who are trying to stop this. On the flip side, there are people who are concerned that you're empowering a law enforcement agency and giving them a whole lot of leeway and not a lot of guidelines to really make this work. By putting this into law, it means that literally the Congress of the United States can sit down and figure out all the intricacies of it together, consulting the experts like you guys, and be able to kind of say, here are the rules, here are how they are enforced. In order to kind of follow the letter of the law, this is what you must do. It actually, making it a law, prevents abuse of the rule and prevents the rule then, if it is done well, from being overturned by any administration unless they're willing to go hat in hand and make their case to Congress again. Correct?
Yeah, especially that last part in terms of being able to potentially overturn this in the future. If you codify it now, have the legislation in place, it would take more legislation
An
in
act
the
of
future
Congress.
rather than yes, exactly. But yes, it would also, I think, kind of get everybody on the same page. It's not just law enforcement we're talking about here. It's from the DOT down, making sure the regulations that DOT has in place, backed by Congress now, to be administered and enforced from state driver's license agencies, law enforcement, roadside, and of course the industry stakeholders who are going to be representing the individuals who are getting their CDLs and are on the road. So it's really kind of everybody on board here trying to play by the same rules, safe rules, fair rules in the name of highway safety.
We have just about 2 minutes, about 3 or 4 minutes actually, and I thought we would take just a little bit of time. Mark Schwemmer has a great piece over in Landline about this. Dave always says, do we have how many laws out there are being proposed for this thing or that? And there are a number of English language proficiencies, sometimes being proposed because people have some really good ideas, sometimes being proposed because some people want to make sure their constituents know that they're doing their thing. Some people are grandstanding, but there are a lot of ELP stuff out there that's actually being kind of floated around. Do you want to give us kind of a view of that?
Yeah, so on the English language proficiency side, we've got the out of service order in place from the executive order early this year. That's being enforced more and more. Certainly there's some states that DOT wants to get more on board, but along the same lines as the Rouser legislation, there's been a host of bills being introduced to strengthen the executive order, to improve the enforcement of English language proficiency. There's a group of three that we've really supported and think would be very helpful. The first is Connor's Law that's introduced by Ohio Representative David Taylor and just recently Senator Cynthia Lummis on the Senate side from Wyoming. This again would put into law that executive order calling for enforcement of English language proficiency regulations, would also require a driver to demonstrate basic English skills before ever receiving a CDL. Then there's a bill from Senator Roger Marshall from Kansas that was introduced in June, the Commercial Motor Vehicle English Proficiency Act. This would require drivers to be tested for English before they can receive their CDL. Would also require all CDL skill and knowledge tests to be conducted only in English. And just recently, we've seen legislation called the Secure Commercial Driver Licensing Act, introduced by Senators Tom Cotton over on the Senate side, also on the House side, Congressman Andy Barr from Kentucky. Again, ensuring CDL applicant tests be conducted in English would allow the DOT secretary to suspend or revoke a state's authority to issue non-domiciled CDLs if they aren't compliant with those federal standards. And it would also require an individual to possess a standard driver's license for at least 1 year before being eligible for a CDL. There's a few others out there that have been introduced relating to English language proficiency that we think don't exactly accomplish what we'd like to see implemented. But you can tell it's a hot topic, a number of bills being introduced even throughout the shutdown. It seems like at least a couple each week here. And I'm not sure there's any signs of that slowing down until we see one of these get into law. Obviously, the highway bill reauthorization process, which is ongoing leading up to the big deadline, September of next year, which is going to contain a whole host of trucking policies, is likely the end game for some versions of these pieces of legislation to kind of get worked out.
By the way, guys, if you go over to Spotify, just for example, and you type in Jay Grimes and type in Washington Trucking Week, every single episode of Washington Trucking Week featuring Jay Grimes will actually appear. If you just type in Washington Trucking Week, there is a separate Spotify page for this segment, so you can catch up on anything you might have missed. Jay, also, I love your Spotify playlist, by the way. Nicely done. It's good to have you, man.
Anytime, and I'm gonna hang on the line and learn a little bit about some rock and roll.
Oh, you are more than happy to stick around. Our good friend Jay Grimes, who is Director of Federal Affairs over at OOIDA, has joined us this morning. Madison, would you be so kind as to roll out the welcome mat for Lindsay and get us a little music going on here, and we will take a hike over into a break here. He's right. Scott Shea is going to be hanging around here a little bit. Look busy. Lawler is coming. By the way, hit that like button on the tube of you. Lots of you have already done that so far. Good to have you. Let's go about the business of getting to life as Road Gang Radio shifts gears into this Thursday before Halloween. We'll be right back after these messages.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Can't throw us off our game.
Ooh.
I mean, you can try, and trust me, they have tried.
They have. They've made really serious efforts, whoever they are, by the way.
I sent you something. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning, Lindsay Lawler.
I sent you something on Instagram, which you're never on, so I need you to get on it more because I find funny things there that entertain me and make me giggle. But it's this truck that's the whole back is sort of off and it's just like fumbling along, and it says it was like but it's still going. This car is just hooptying along like nobody's business. And it was the epitome of the wheels have come off, but we're still rolling. And I'm like, we are the poster child for this. But I mean it in a really positive way. I mean it in a really great way. You tried, by you, whoever you are. They thought they could get rid of us. But we just keep showing up bigger and better and with more ideas and more freedom and access to do more and more. Like, The world is our trucking oyster and entertainment oyster, Jimmy Mack, and I am here for it. Good morning, good day to you, sir.
Good day to you as well. And Lindsay, by the way, I'm going to make this announcement. We're working on it right now. We are working for a way to actually, after the Reeves event in Arlington, speaking of being everywhere, everything all at once, we are there. We just got to work it out on our end now. We have been invited to be a part of the broadcast of the Army-Navy Radio Row.
What?
Unbelievable, huh? We are actually...
That is so exciting.
I know. I am stoked. We've been kind of behind the scenes making it happen. We're trying to get our own official way in regards to us, RadioNemo. But as of right now, we have been invited by Hiring Our Heroes to actually be there on Radio Row during the Army-Navy game.
Okay, so one of us is going to have to wear Army and one is going to have to wear Navy.
You have to wear Navy.
Why?
Because my dad is an Army veteran. Is your dad an Army veteran?
No.
And Dave
Okay,
Nemo,
so you're Army and I'm Navy.
Yeah. By the way, Navy's cool as hell. We love us some Navy, by the way. The Navy football coach looks like he was pretty much somebody went to a casting meeting and went, we need somebody to look like a Navy coach. He should look like a ship captain. If you look at this guy, Lindsay, he looks like a ship captain. It's like a cliche. I actually posted a picture of him once and said this guy was literally created from Central Casting, or the DoD had a replicant program and just created this guy. He looks like.
Well, and I have a meeting actually today for Amanda. You know my dear friend Amanda, her boyfriend, probably soon to be more.
Rooting for it.
We are getting together today, but he is Navy. He just retired, did his 20 in the Navy, and he's got a great job, actually, as well, out of the Navy. My point is, I'm going to raid his closet. So, done and done. Let's go Navy.
I will happily get on top of that, by the way. And by the way, I'm going to make an effort if we're going to do that. I will find Navy football gear. I don't want Army football gear. I do not want to be, you can get away with it. I don't want to be wearing the uniform of the United States. I've covered those guys. I've written about those guys. I've been to some of those places those guys have been, but I have not been one of those guys. So I will make a point of wearing Army football attire.
Yes.
We're going to make that really clear. I want to make that.
I'm wearing like a Navy football hoodie is what I'm talking about.
That's what we're talking about here. We don't want people walking over saying thank you for your service, and it's like then you got to correct them.
No. That's actually because I have this. My friend gave it to me. It was her grandpa's, but then it became too small for her, so he gave it to her. She gave it to me. But it's a camo shirt, button-up shirt, and it has her grandpa, who I know, his name on it, stitched on it. And I feel like, and I've asked several military members this question because we always want to be very careful and very respectful. So we're not, as you mentioned, I'm not trying to say that I did it. But something about it when it comes from a member and it's their name and they've said to me that is showing respect. You're clearly not trying to say I am this person.
Right.
So then that's okay. But just like wearing fatigues or dog tags that you don't know who it was or what reason, that's not okay.
Yeah, but there's a really great fashion consultant, and I'm talking about a high fashion consultant who actually goes through what from the military you can wear and can't wear. That's not disrespectful. Everybody agrees that you can wear, the jacket without any kind of insignia on it, the green military fatigue jacket.
Yeah.
You can wear that with no disrespect. Combat boots, of course, you can wear. Some people find them comfortable, really help them with their arches. There's no reason why you can't do that kind of stuff. It's when you want to create the illusion of either having served or did more than you did when you served, which, by the way, my dad gives the best speech about how people who served shouldn't try to inflate what they did. It's good enough that you did. You went where they told you. If you got an honorable discharge, you went where they told you. You don't need to tell people. It wasn't like you refused to go someplace. If you got an honorable discharge, you did everything they told you to do. And that's the absolute truth. By the way, speaking of wearing things, that's a really cool hat you have on right now.
Well, thank you. I was hoping you would say something. It says Road Gang Radio. Or does it say Road Gang? I think it says Road Gang.
It says Road Gang Radio.
Okay, yeah. Road Gang Radio on the front. Mm-hmm. On the side, it says member, ? It's a really nice, good, sturdy, beautiful navy blue hat with red writing on it, made by my friends over at Code Word. Go to shopcodeword.com and find them out. Shout out to them. These hats are Awesome, Jim. She did these for Road Gang that are like the nicer, sort of sturdier quality hat. They're both the mesh back. But then she also sent me for We Should Write hats that are more kind of the foam trucker hat,
Right.
which is a little more kitschy, trendy. You know what I mean? This is a little more classic, old school member of the Road Gang trucker hat. And then that one's a little more trendy. And I'm going to make them available to sell. I'm going to send some over for our employees, but I think it's something it should be something both will give away. I'll probably give them. Maybe we do a thing if you join the Road Gang and bring one other person over. It's a little gift with purchase kind of thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But really cool hats. So look for these available for you to wear as well soon. Certainly people like Trucker Bosun, Marshall Platter, and Forat, and a couple, Chowder, a couple of these old Joe J. The old faithfuls who are over there checking in, Jody, they need these hats for sure, because I think if they wear them out on the road, more people will talk about it.
Hey, by the way, I noticed something weird happened. Guys, keep hitting that like button over there on the tube of you. Kind of bolster those numbers. We got to get some more likes out there. And if you have people who actually are listening to this show right now, hit that like button, hit that notification
It's a
button.
thumbs up. It doesn't say like, by the way, so it's just a thumbs up. Some people get confused. Thumbs up. Don't hit the thumbs down. Even if you don't like us, just turn it off. Just don't hit the thumbs down. Just hit the thumbs up.
Well, the other
And
thing,
it's so easy.
the other thing is too. This is really important as well. You can't like it more than once. Just letting you know that there are people I know that try to do that. They'll hit the like button, the thumbs up button, and then hit it again, and then hit it again. It doesn't work like that. You don't get
We appreciate the effort.
We like what you're trying out there. We like what you're making happen. Hey, did you hear any of the Jay Grimes interview?
I did. I love Jay Grimes.
I love him too, by the way, and he is really excited about our guest coming up at the bottom of the half hour.
I heard he said that, and actually it sparked something I want to bring up to get these phones going and talk to the truckers. But yes, I'm excited to talk to Scott Shea too. He's a music historian and an author, and today we're talking about Bob Dylan, but his band, the Hawks, which became the band, Bob Dylan and the band. Not the band, but yeah, you get it. So we're going to dive into that, and I'm very excited about this conversation because there's a very big difference between artist and band when you do a solo gig, a solo project versus when you're in a band. It is two wildly different worlds. So it'll be fun to dive into that, and then Dion Graham joining us, of course, too. Which, by the way, listening to him talk made me.
Spectacular.
Spectacular is the greatest word. He's an actor. In HBO's The Wire, amongst many other things, and narrator. He's currently narrating and the voice of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, and he does this breath thing at the end of every single sentence that gives it this like suspense. Oh, he's masterful. So those are going to be great conversations today. Looking forward to it. Jim, I wanted to ask, were you going to say something about Jay Grimes?
No, just really quickly, I wanted to say about Dion Graham is that there is a particular piece of writing in the middle of the Martian Chronicles called The Naming of the Names. It's the story right before Usher 2. And if you guys ever want to read the history of the United States as it takes place on Mars, you should really. It's a really short segment, and it's so worth listening to. When I don't know the exact end line, Lindsay, but to quote it is something along the lines. He said, "These people showed up at the end who were, basically setting down rules, regulations, and telling all the people who had gotten there early what fun they couldn't have, and they started to push people around. And the last line of it is, inevitably, some of those people they pushed around decided to push back."
Bum, bum, bum.
And in the way he says it, dude, he just nails the line reading. It gave me chills. Saying it, it gave me chills hearing it, by the way. We got a phone call coming in here, but I want to get to what Lindsay has to say something here real quick before we do. What you got in your mind you were going to say?
Well, and maybe whoever's holding on the line, I know they can hear me right now. They could answer to it as well. I'm assuming it's a driver. I noticed in it, I was kind of thinking about it during Washington Trucking Week as well. But yesterday, Jim, between yesterday and the day before, in the past 2 days, I've coincidentally enough had 4 different people who are not in trucking ask me, what is a truck driver's biggest concern right now? Randomly, 4 different people have asked me that. Now, I know there's obviously a ton of things we're talking about: English language proficiency and cybersecurity and theft and fraud. There's so many issues on the table: safety and clean bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to know, because I think sometimes, even with drivers listening to our show or any show or in any news, you get in your head what you think the problems are because other people are telling you what the problems are. But I would love to hear from the driver's mouth, 1 or 2 callers tell me, what to them personally, yes, all those things are matters at hand, but what to them personally is their biggest issue, their biggest concern? Not a gripe, but this isn't a gripe session, but genuinely asking for friends who have asked, who people outside of trucking who genuinely want to know. Because that, to me, that's showing that people are interested, saying, how can we help? How can we make it better? So to me, it signals a shift. You know, I've been wanting a shift for the outside world
Nice
for a long
pun.
time. Thank you. And so very curious to hear from the driver's mouth. If you can give us a call at, what's the number, Jim?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Let us know, as far as it pertains to trucking, what is your thoughts on what the biggest kind of issue is that needs to be addressed currently?
And before we take this phone call, guys, I want to kind of say something. Lindsay actually has as a new name, a new nomenclature we've given her, and of course that nomenclature is the ambassador.
Yeah.
And it really is relevant here because, and I'm actually going to pick on other people in the industry. I'm actually going to pick on not people in the industry, but people who do what we do. Many of them do a great job, and all they know is truck drivers, and all they know is transportation people, and all they do is work the room on a regular basis, looking for the next sponsor, cozying up to people behind desks, or hanging out with drivers, which is a great thing. What they don't do is they don't live in both worlds. We do. Straight up. Lindsay and I live in both worlds, absolutely.
Amen.
And so that means if you want us to be your ambassadors, if you want us to tell people what's going on out here and what we should actually say to them, because we have a sense of it. We talk to a lot of you guys. But if you really want to know, if you really want us to make sure we get the word out there properly, this is the place to call, because it means that Lindsay and I talk to a lot of people who work in business, a lot of people who work in areas that aren't directly connected to trucking, because everything's connected to trucking. But if you want your word out there and you don't have time because you're on the road and you want somebody speaking to congressmen and aldermen and teachers and entertainers and all that kind of stuff.
I say entertainers because trucking 100,000% relates to that.
It does. It does. So please take advantage of the fact that we know plenty of people, and some of the people we know have real gasoline in their tanks. So give us a call and let us know. We got a phone call, Madison. Who's it from?
It's Jody. He's back.
Jody is back. Jody is back.
He's back.
Well, what is going on? I just wanted to call and say good morning to Miss Lindsay, and I'm glad you took your time because I had to finish brushing my hair because I wanted to make sure that you heard me at my best.
Oh my God, you sound beautiful. You sound so handsome. I am currently flirting with you. Can you hear it?
I can hear it, and furthermore, I can feel it. I am blushing so much. I mean, to talk to such a beautiful young lady like you, oh my God.
Oh my God, go on. No, stop.
Go into what you were just talking about.
Yes.
My biggest concerns, because I'm an owner-operator.
Right.
Amongst everything else that's going on, and Jimmy and I, we talk more than you and I do, and there's just a lot of stupid things out here. But the biggest concerns for me is freight rates and fuel prices.
Okay.
The two are not coinciding with one another. The freight rates are going down, the fuel prices are staying the same or going up. It's hard to juggle a book to make a living because you and I have talked a lot, and I take a lot of time off down here in Florida. I enjoy myself, blah, 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 blah. That's been cut in half this year because of the way things have been. Regardless of which party did what, it doesn't matter, but it is what it is now. So it affects everybody.
Can I ask you, because you said this year, and we know obviously how things are changing, but what would you have said last year? This is something that you're saying specifically this year, correct?
Right. What would I have said last year? Last year, the biggest thing, even though I didn't have an issue with it, but a lot of drivers did, would have been the parking issue.
Yeah.
And I do see that they are redoing a lot of rest areas in some states, and they're making them bigger. Some of the truck stops that I frequent, they have bought up extra property, and they're putting in more parking behind them, beside them, this, that, or the other thing. So that's a good thing. But it took a lot of talk and a lot of idiotic parking and doing things to get things done. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's this, and the other biggest concern is the trash out here that us drivers not me personally, maybe nobody that's listening to your show, that leaves in these truck stops. Where I'm at right now, somebody, I guess, had a load that they couldn't finish off loading. They dumped 27 boxes of lettuce over here behind their trailer. Heads of lettuce. 27 boxes filled with heads of lettuce. Why wouldn't you take that to a church?
Wow.
I have been stuck down here with part of a load, and I ended up taking 200 boxes of noodles, spaghetti noodles, to a church. Well, I called them up. They met me. I couldn't get to the church, obviously. But I took the time out of my day. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but the trash that's out here, that the drivers are leaving, okay, that's bad on us. That's what's making it difficult on us. That's what's making it difficult for parking. People don't want to see that. That's the big thing. Last year it was, and it's still this year, but I'm talking as a owner operator, the fuel prices and the freight rates, but trash is another one. Lindsay, if you could go with one of us, or just go with Jim and just go around from truck stop to truck stop. And the bad thing is, the ones that are charging you to charging you to park in their parking lot, they're the ones that's the worst with the trash. You're making all this extra money and you can't afford to hire somebody to go out there and pick up this trash. Where I'm at right now in Jacksonville, there's no paid parking here, and it's one of the cleanest, other than what this clown did over there. But other than that, it's one of the cleanest. Plus, they got alligators. But other than that, it's one of the cleanest. That's I don't mean to get on a rant, but you asked a simple question. That's the thing.
I'm going to tell you, Jody, right now, we're very close with Rebecca Brewster, and I'm not surprised, by the way, because the number one issue as far as the industry is concerned, and I have a feeling it'll be at the same at the top of the trucking list as well. They actually does two lists, Lindsay. They do their top industry issues and top truck driver issues. Mm-hmm. And the economy, which, by the way, is freight rates and fuel prices, is number one. It is once again number one.
Yeah.
What's interesting, though, is that Jody brought up the garbage issue. And by the way, it is nowhere near on that list. I don't think it's nowhere near on that list because people don't care. I think what concerns me, Jody, and why I'm always thrilled that you keep on harping on it, I'm with you, by the way, is I'm worried that it's becoming part of what I call learned helplessness, that there is nothing to be done, that so many people who, of course, care about the way their house looks, the inside of the cab looks, and would never litter in a million years, are simply not seeing it anymore because they think there's nothing to be done about it. And that's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking that the people who aren't Slobovians, the people who don't come from Lower Slobovia, are in fact not even registering it anymore. Am I making sense, guys?
Because
why bother,
Yeah, it is the why bother, and it's very hard to. I mean, you can't. You can get a fine or something, I guess, but it's hard to control people that are worthless, quite frankly. If you're dumping. If you're littering and dumping and wasting food, you are worthless, in my opinion. But that being said, it's hard to control that. And I just wonder, I do, to your point, Jim, too, I do like that Jody, he's giving us two things. He's giving us something from an economy side and something from just a basic life every day, like, cleanliness side. That's a very basic component that needs addressing. And I mean, sometimes this is going to sound maybe silly and simple, but sometimes at truck stops, sometimes large signs or a guard or somebody, a large sign that says, if you litter, you will blah, whatever. I don't know if those signs are there or not, but a large sign in front of your, with just like a strongly worded letter on a piece of legal letterhead works sometimes. Sometimes these kind of things work. I don't know what's being done. I haven't spent as much time, obviously, at truck stops. But, Jody, do you see that there is signage or that there feels like there's any sort of, if you do, then this will happen?
No, but I do see, the drivers will know what truck stop, what chain I'm talking about. It will say deposit trash here. And there's garbage cans all over the place. No matter which way you walk, whether you do it as soon as you're done eating or doing whatever it is you're doing, or you do it in the morning when you go to get a cup of coffee, there's at least 5 garbage cans, if not more, to your left or to your right, if not behind you. Not counting the ones at the fuel. It's not hard.
Right.
Okay, I mean, if you can't do something that it's real simple, Lindsay. If you can't do something that simple, okay, to make it a better place for you, because essentially you're living here. Okay, your mobile hotel is here for the night. If you can't do something that simple, you can't do something as simple as getting out and checking your equipment every morning, every night. Okay, and the list goes on and on. If you can't do something as simple as throwing away one bag of garbage, all the other simple things in life you can't succeed in because you're just stupid, lazy.
Agreed.
You just
Game, set,
and I don't
match.
mean to get off on a rant, but that's just a simple truth.
Yep.
And where I'm at, I'm looking at him right now. His name is Zach. He's the manager of the shop. Last week when I was here, they were so slow. He grabbed a garbage can on wheels and went around this whole parking lot with a grabber picking up garbage. Whether it was a bottle or a little piece of paper, he was doing it. He didn't expect his mechanics or his tire techs to do it. He did it.
Jody, I got to tell you, I could go on all morning with you. Have another phone call. You set off a stampede and a herd, my friend. We love you.
Yeah,
Thank you
great.
for the call, by the way. Trucker Boaston is concerned about the increasing amount of disregard for life and irresponsibility by four-wheelers. And by the way, 4-Rod says anytime anybody replaces actual parking with deciding to build things in the middle of it when they didn't have to, that drives him nuts. Thank you, Jody.
Yeah,
Love
thank
talking
you,
to you.
Jody.
Hey, love you guys too. Love talking to you. And by the way, the last thing you just said, I forgot all about that. That drives me absolutely bananas too. That's why I don't frequent those places no more. I just don't.
Understood. We're adding it to Jody's list.
Bring back the Native American commercial with the tear going down his eye, by the way, as Trucker, as 4-Rod says. Let's get our next phone call on. Who is it?
We got Chris and we got Showtime.
We got Chris and Showtime. Let's make this fast. You got 2 minutes, Chris, and then you got 2 minutes, Showtime. Go. Sorry, Lindsay.
Hey, brothers. What's going on, everybody?
And sisters, good morning.
Hey, Lindsay, you mentioned those hats.
Yes, sir.
I collect hats and pins. And
Okay.
I'll be very excited to get my hands on one of those hats.
Sweet. Okay. And somebody in the chat, 4-Rod's asking when are they going to be available as well. That's Jimmy's Rule of Two. It's something people want, so done. I will get them into production this week. Noted.
Fantastic.
That would be awesome. I'd love to get a hold of one of the Road Dog pins, but I don't know if I qualify.
You're ridiculous. Of course you are. And by the
Of course
way,
you are qualified, ding dong, said with love.
You're an actual luck, by the way, because we held on to just enough for people like you. But I'm down to like 25 of them, Lindsay. When they're gone, they're gone. Roadgang@radionemo.com. You can write us there.
I'll definitely do that.
Okay.
Love it, Chris. And you'll be the first to know when we get these hats in our possession. My friends over at Code Word are going to make them up. You can go to Shop Code Word, but they're really good. I'm wearing it now. I like to get things and wear them because I don't want to promote something with it. I think hats are tricky. These ones are good. It has my stamp of approval.
All right. Well, I'll let you get to the next person. And y'all have a great day. Catch y'all later.
Catch you later.
Quality talk radio phone call right there.
Yeah, buddy.
Got right to it. Let's get Showtime in for the final word. You got 2 minutes, Showtime. Hey, Lindsay, have you met Showtime?
Only a billion times. Hi, brother. What's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good
Hey,
morning.
just to carry on real quick of the one caller was talking about garbage stuff.
Yep.
People don't care anymore. That's the whole problem. They don't care. They think it's everybody else's responsibility to pick up after them. That's part of the problem. I literally sit and people are 5 feet from a garbage can and they'll just roll their window down and toss the trash out. They're just lazy. That's the whole problem. So, on to my point, what I consider one of the most important things is our safety out here. And not only in parking, but like one the person just kind of hinted at, the four-wheelers and stuff cutting us off. To me, it should be, if we have it on dash cam, they should be able to write them a ticket. If you want to cut us off, you get a ticket. I don't care anymore. I'm tired of getting cut off and people drive like idiots. It's absolutely horrendous out here.
I've got a quick dumb question that I don't remember from
Lindsay's
my
quick dumb question of the day, number one.
Thank you. That I don't remember from my driving test. Is that illegal to cut somebody off? Is it a certain amount of space? I know it is, but does it come down to a certain amount of actual space?
Yeah, I think there's supposed to be so much feet before you come over. But, I had a deal where a car passed me in Michigan. I'm coming through a construction zone. The car flies by me on the left. Just as we come out, there's an exit ramp. They literally, as they're going by me, they're on the brakes and come across. If I had not been looking exactly at them, I would have run them over.
Wow.
I had to jump on the brakes to keep them hitting them. So they can cut over. It's like, If that's on dash cam, they should get a reckless driving charge.
That's it. That's how you get them, Lindsay, because that's the great subjective thing they can play with.
Hammer them in the pocketbook.
Yeah, the thing
because
is,
then they'll respect us.
Yeah, you can get somebody on a reckless driving charge, and if you have it on cam, reckless driving is like the way the Supreme Court identified pornography. I don't know what it is, but I know it when I see it.
And you know what's great? Like, I don't want anyone to, of course, ever get into wreck, but what a great commercial. You know, all these personal injury attorney commercials where it's like, been hit by a truck driver. I want to flip that narrative. How great would it be to truck driver talking, been hit by a four-wheeler, these truck drivers talking, and it's just, we're flipping the script on that. I think that would be so great. And then we have these actual footage of ding-dong four-wheelers cutting off semis and it being like, guess what? Wasn't the trucker's fault. I want to see those commercials. I want that to take over.
By the way,
Well, and
go ahead, Showtime.
the big problem with that is, Lindsay, every big city you come into, what are there? There are great big signs all over the place. If you get hit by a truck, call us.
Yeah,
They should outlaw all those.
Yeah,
I agree, because it's putting
One
it.
thing I know we're almost out of time. Another thing on the safety aspect, if you're a licensed concealed carrier and your company allows you to carry, you should be able to carry in every state in the United States, no questions asked. If my CDL's good, so should my permit.
Yeah, and that's a law that they should pass. That's a national law that should be passed about interstate commerce and the right to protect yourself. Showtime, we got to go.
Yeah.
We got to go.
Yep,
We love
you
you,
guys have
brother.
a good night. Thank you.
Love you, brother. It is always showtime around here.
And by the way, our good friend Rebecca Brewster of Atri is going to be on next week, as a matter of fact, to talk about that top 10 drivers list and that type 10 industry list as well. Scott Shea's coming up. We love him.
We're talking Bob Dylan, blowing in the wind. It ain't me, babe.
And by the way, I think it's the birthplace of Americana. I think this group of people he's talking about really invented Americana, or one of the founding members of that movement.
Fair.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Wreaths Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Man, I got to tell you, Lindsay, I love having this guy on, don't you?
So good. Well, because, you know, he's not only smart, he's cool. And I love a smart, cool balance. Jim, you're smart and cool.
I appreciate that. I can be a little bit of a nerd sometimes, though.
Yeah, but sometimes that's cool. I mean, Scott Shea can be a little bit of a nerd sometimes when it comes to music. And by the way, that's cool.
It is,
am I right?
absolutely.
Or am I right? I know that I'm right.
You know, normally I would tell you if I had a guest on the show, we had a guest on the show, you had a guest on the show, I would tell you just type in their name and you'd be surprised at how many times they would come up in regards to Road Gang Radio. If you type Scott Shea in on Spotify, though, you might want to make a point of putting in Road Gang Radio on there because, man, typing in Scott Shea on Spotify gives you a whole lot of Scott Shea, as you could probably imagine, a whole lot of content, information, a lot of playlist stuff. By the way, he's been the producer. He is the producer of Seize the Day with Gus Lloyd on the Catholic Channel on, yes, Sirius XM since 2012. He's been with those guys for quite some time. We are so thrilled to have him here this morning. He is a music journalist extraordinaire. He is the author of one of my favorite books about rock and roll I've ever read, one of the Mamas and the Papas, that is just so good. I want you guys to go to scottsheaauthor.com and check out all that he has to offer there to try to kind of give his whole bio in regards to music history, Lindsay. It would be the segment, and it would be a history of rock and roll as well. And he's slowly building one as well. He's got a great article out right now with Strange Brew. He's been writing these for a while, and each one is an in-depth, deep dive into one particular, nuance of rock and roll history, whether it's Van Morrison or the Monterey Pop Festival. It's our absolute pleasure to welcome back to the show our good friend Scott Shea. How are you doing on this Halloween Eve?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me back. Appreciate the kind words.
We always, and we're not kind people, so that means we actually do like
we're
you,
not.
Scott. Just to be clear.
So just tell my teenage daughter that you think I'm cool.
Okay, I will. Give her my number. Listen, you send me your teenage daughter, I'll send you my 6-year-old, and we'll just all have a moment of madness in our own right.
You got it.
So Scott, the article part 2 is out now over at the Strange Brew, and it's great. And we are talking about the Hawks later to become the band, Bob Dylan's band. But I just wanted to back up real quick because I was curious in your opinion. Bob, let's talk about the voice for a moment. Bob Dylan's voice is of course forever debated, not traditionally beautiful, but of course unmistakably
Right.
expressive. But if of course, if you didn't know the songs and you just heard the voice take us back, to the 60s all of a sudden, or, just all of a sudden heard it, you might be confused. So I'm just curious to start off in your research and your opinion, when did the engine really turn over for Dylan? What moment shifted him from this polarizing folk singer to one of the greatest artists of our time?
I would think that what I wrote about, when he decided to go electric, that just, people were so into Dylan. He was, and like he was an acquired taste, but once you got that taste, it's like coffee or beer. It's like you just become like, way into it, almost enamored with it, follower of it. They went where he went, and Bob was a bit of a provocateur, and it's always when you look at Bob, you're like, is he really that way? Was he really social? Did he really believe all these protest things and social left-leaning things he sang about, because he just dropped it like a hot potato. And I don't think anybody ever really knew the real Bob Dylan. I don't even know if Bob Dylan knows the real Bob Dylan, but where he went, people followed. And this was like his first real branching out. And, and he dragged his audience into the modern rock scene, kind of kicking and screaming, and it was controversial, and he lost a lot of them. I think a lot of them eventually came back, as the 60s turned into the 70s and the singer-songwriter movement, and they realized, hey, full band arrangements aren't really that bad, and this was it. But he did it really kind of in your face. In a bit of an antagonistic way, if you were one of those folk purists who went to see Bob just to boo, Yeah.
So what you're saying, I just want to hear, because I know reading the article, but you're saying as you think as it pertains to the voice, when he added electric, that shifted. I mean, I know it shifted him vocally, of course, but do you think that's the moment when the world woke up?
Yeah, because that's when he became a pop star. He started having hits. He got to know was more known to the masses, to teenagers who probably didn't really buy folk records. Bobby Robertson in his book talks about how when even at these shows where they're getting booed, whenever they would close with Like a Rolling Stone, and all the girls would come running up to the front, the young teenage girls, So it just opened him up just en masse to the public, and he had a fair, like, maybe 4 or 5 hits, in the top 40 during that period. So yeah, that's definitely the time that he just got turned on, and people, I think, accepted his voice and his style.
Let me ask you something else too, because what ends up happening throughout the '60s, and there have been some movies that have kind of covered this to some degree, but you've talked about this at length with the Monterey Pop Festival, is the collapse of genre. The idea that literally things began crossing, I guess, boundaries. I guess, if there's a country of folk, there's a country of rock, there's a country of, international music, and things really start to accelerate. And how much of, that wanderlust, Cash has it as well, too, the idea that I want to be me as opposed to being my genre. And like Lindsay and I have talked about that at length on many occasions, the idea that it's like, I don't want to exist in a formula. I want to exist in the formula that I have concocted. And, and is there anybody outside of folk? I mean, who does he have a pull point? And that's the kind of follow-up question, and then we'll get to the article. But are there one or two people to point to that say, hey, Bob, the water's really nice over here. You might want to jump into this pool with us. Is there anybody that really pulls him there, or is he a sui generis sort of just, spiritual wanderer looking for the next location?
Oh, it's definitely the Beatles played a big part in that, because I think the Beatles went from this kind of kitschy British invasion to more serious, almost kind of like imitating the folk rock move that followed them with, Rubber Soul and Revolver. And also the Rolling Stones. I think Bob was a Rolling Stones fan. The Rolling Stones were a British invasion group, but they were different in that they did a lot of blues covers, like Bob did. There's a great picture I reference in the second part of my article of him at a record shop in Greenwich Village with Ramblin' Jack Elliott and John Sebastian on either side of him, and he's looking at the Rolling Stones American debut album. And when you look on that record, you got songs by like Lightning Hopkins and Muddy Waters and a couple others, and Bob was doing those songs as well. And these guys are doing them in full band arrangements, just kind of growling, the Mick Jagger's vocal style. And I think those guys, those artists, probably more than anybody, helped Bob make this decision. And and then also maybe the Byrds too, and John Sebastian with the Love and Spoonful. They kind of started the whole folk rock thing. And it's like, and they're taking his songs. I mean, the Turtles have, the Byrds with Mr. Tambourine Man. The Turtles are doing "It Ain't Me, Babe" and a few others, and they're having big hits with them. And I think Bob's like, well, I'm the author of those. I can do this too. And that's why I think he went searching for a group to back him, and ended up with the Hawks, who later became the band.
We're talking with Scott Shea, a renowned historian. I just want to mention, speaking of the Turtles, we just recently lost Mark Volman, who actually was married to one of my very dear friends, Emily Volman. And so I would love to actually have you back one time, because the more and more I learn about Mark, even posthumously, my mind is sort of blown. He was one of the greatest writers. His catalog is insane. So if you would, I would love to have you back just to dive into the Mark Volman catalog.
Love the Turtles.
Okay, fine. Yeah, Flo and oh my gosh, yeah. So we'll get back to that. But Scott, as a solo artist myself, I've always admired, and honestly, if I have one regret, it's that I didn't. If I could go back, I would do it again with the band.
Still
honestly, still time. That's true.
Yeah, right.
I move a little slower on stage, but yes, there's still time. But the artists that come up with the band from their ground floor. Now, Bob's got sort of two separate ground floors here, but there is a chemistry that comes only from growing a sound together, of course. So, Dylan's early work is obviously genius, but bringing in that band, bringing in the Hawks, it would you say? I mean, it made him a better musician, yes. Are there things that you think, new places that they took him that he could not have gone alone? I know that's sort of an obvious yes answer, but I just want to explore the places, sort of what would have happened if he didn't have it versus having it.
Well, yeah, especially Robbie Robertson. He and Robbie became really close, and Robbie was even by that time. I mean, he's only like 24, 25 years old, but he's one of the most accomplished and admired guitarists in contemporary rock and roll. Even though they they don't really have a label. They recorded like 2 singles that just kind of went nowhere, but they were known. It's like when they were rehearsing for the way it started was Bob hired Levon Helm, the drummer of the Hawks, and Robbie to play with him at his first 2 concerts, Forest Hills and the Hollywood Bowl, after he did the whole Newport thing. And Mike Bloomfield was there too, and he was afraid to. They recorded a couple sessions together, and Bloomfield, who's like one of the greatest guitarists of that era, Electric Flag and all that stuff, he was afraid to play in front of Robbie. He was intimidated by him, and I think he influenced him. And I hear what you say with the band, and when if you go back and you look at that footage on No Direction Home, the film shot by D.A. Pennebaker of the European tour, like Bob is just like totally into being with the band. Like he's with them at all times. He's backstage. It's not like he's got his own dressing room and the band has theirs. I mean, maybe they did, but like he was always with them, and he's back there, and it was a source of, I think, comfort for him, and camaraderie to get through this gamut, where they're going out, they're playing this, they're making this incredible music that we look back on now and say, this is great, but it was so foreign to these people, and they just hated it. They just came out to want to hate it, which was, and that's just, even if you're, Bob Dylan had nerves of steel, and he was a great leader for these guys in that moment, which I think endeared him to them. He was part of the band. It's like, and he'd never really been in one before. I know, he played with Bobby V's band for a short time in the late 50s or early 60s, when he was coming up. But he was in there with them for just like a cup of coffee, and so I think it's kind of fulfilled something that he had always wanted, like you said, playing in a band and having that camaraderie. And it's fun to just watch and see him just have a good time with them and be self-deprecating, just kind of, laughing through the pain and the stress of what they're going through together.
Laughing through the pain, every musician's story.
Scott,
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of give people a chance, because we really dropped our listeners into the middle of an in media res here. I wanted to kind of give you a chance to kind of unpack the Hawks, so that our listeners understand how the Hawks become the band. And by the way,
Right.
my follow-up question to that is, are you thinking about writing a book about this whole gang? Because I just feel like there was more details I wanted to know about Helm, and it's the first kind of and I love Robbie Robertson as a performer and as a stage presence. I just wanted to know more about him. I mean, him walking down Beale Street and being like, "Wow," is great.
Yeah.
But can you kind of talk about the Hawks as I guess as an institution?
Well, I'll answer your second question. I don't plan on writing about him because Robbie Robertson's book is so incredibly thorough, and it's just like he really puts you in almost moment by moment. So I don't even think I could compete with that, but maybe one day, I don't know. But the band, the Hawks were Ronnie Hawkins' backing band. Ronnie Hawkins was a singer from Arkansas, a real crazy, wild guy. Who had hits in the late 50s with 40 Days and Mary Lou. They were a couple of old blues covers. One was Chuck Berry's song. One was a Young Jesse song. And he was from Arkansas, and he formed his band with a bunch of Arkansas guys. And Levon Helm was one of the original members, the drummer. And they emigrated to Toronto. They got like a real following up in Toronto, and through a guy named Harold Kudlitz, who was a promoter up there. And, one by one, guys started dropping out and being replaced. And, by 1961, they had this lineup of, Levon was still with him on drums. Robbie Robertson was the guitarist. Richard Manuel was on piano. Rick Danko on bass. And then they brought in Garth Hudson on organ. And these are all local Toronto guys. And that is the core of that is the band. They became the band. And then and they played with Robbie for a couple years that way, and then they kind of got tired of him and his antics, and just as they wanted to branch out on their own because they were just kind of growing. Robbie wanted to stick with rockabilly, or Ronnie, I'm sorry, wanted to stick with rockabilly, which is just kind of going out of fashion, and these guys were into Motown and Curtis Mayfield and a lot of the blues guys from the late 50s, and Ronnie wasn't. So they just eventually broke away from him and formed their own band. That's when they hooked up with Dylan, around 65. That's when they joined him on that tour, and there was a little bit of turmoil. Levon got a little bit disenchanted, and he left. But after the tour, they all kind of reconvened in Woodstock after Bob had his motorcycle accident. Bob Dylan had his motorcycle accident, and it was laid up in bed for several weeks and convalescing in Woodstock, New York. And that's when the band moved up there, and they bought a house, a big pink house that they would rehearse in. They set up a makeshift studio in the basement, and then Bob would come over and record with them, which led to what we now refer to affectionately as the basement tapes. And then the band got a record deal from Bob's manager, Albert Grossman, and they changed their name to the band, and they gave us just like this whole new style of back to roots rock and roll in the midst of the psychedelic era, and really kind of brought everybody down from that psychedelic high and back to just regular good old rock and roll, and 2 guitars, bass and drums, and songwriting, and really kind of gave us what we refer to now as the singer-songwriter movement. So they were a big part of rock and roll history.
Is that moment when they changed, I was going to ask you, at what point did the Hawks stop being Dylan's band and become the band with a capital B? Is it that moment when they changed the name? Do you think that was sort of taking ownership of their own identity and legacy then?
Yeah, it was after they recorded most of the sessions for their album, and they're like, this music sounds like nothing we've ever done before. Like if you go back and there's bootlegs of them playing live in like 64, and they have a couple singles out, and there's some unreleased stuff from that time that's come out, and it sounded nothing like that. It sounded like nothing that's had ever been released before by anybody. And they're like, this new music that we're making, we need to have a new name. And they just called themselves the band because when they were on tour with Dylan, that's how everybody would refer to them, and in both positive and negative ways. Bob would introduce them as the band, and people, people around Bob say, "You got to dump this band; they're ruining your music." So they just kind of took maybe like a negative and turned it into made a lemonade out of lemons, and gave themselves just the basic the band, and it's stuck.
I got to tell you, I mean, just from a kind of perspective view, who could they ever have believed the journey would actually end up him having a star-studded documentary, final farewell concert made by a man that would become one of America's greatest living filmmakers? I don't think any of them could have actually predicted. I mean, there are people who have a sense of where they're going. I can't believe for a minute that anybody in the band thought it would play out the way that it did. It's a wild story of where their destination is, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And, as awesome as that is now, it was really a lot of sadness in that moment because Robbie Robertson Robbie was like a lot of the guys back in those days. He smoked dope and I'm sure he probably dropped LSD a few times, but he never got into like hard drugs. He's pretty sober. Even when you look at, videos or pictures of him back then, he always seems like just kind of like a straight, sober guy. And a lot of the other guys, with the exception of Garth, he and Garth Hudson were ever sober. But the other guys kind of got into, the hard drugs and drinking and stuff like that. And it just, Lindsay's talking about the camaraderie of being in a band and coming up together. But, there's the reverse of that, which is, a lot of the ego and the heartbreak that comes once you do get big, and it certainly claimed Richard and Levon and Rick Danko, and it just got too much. Robbie was really carrying that group. He was their principal songwriter. He was the one getting everybody to the sessions, keeping everybody straight. Trying to get it's like herding mice. And but they had this incredible concert, just loaded with stars that they had known over the years, that they got to know. Van Morrison was there. Jimmy and I have talked about that performance before by Van Morrison in The Last Waltz, and Neil Diamond was there, who Robbie was producing at the time, and Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, Ronnie Hawkins came. It's maybe arguably the best rock and roll documentary of all time, and having Martin Scorsese direct it, which he was still a relative unknown at the time. I think made it even better because the guy is just one heck of a filmmaker.
Yeah.
And talking about drugs, sorry, Jim, but the think about just the peer pressure of being in a band too. Like, even if maybe you're like, I'm not going to drink tonight. And then, but the band is there. Okay, I guess I am. Like, there is a real peer pressure with that band to not make good decisions because now your own choices are led by other people's as well. And there's.
Yeah, especially when you're that age. You're in your 20s, and easily guided and do things that aren't good for your health, and it costs you in the long run, but in the moment, you're not thinking that way.
How many times have I said I'm not going to drink tonight, and then the guitar player hands me a shot? I'm like, okay. So much. Anyway.
I'm gonna tell you guys though. You've given me a little insight because if you watch that movie, I just realized something because we talked about the Van Morrison moment. If you go back and watch that moment when he leaves the stage, every single member of the band looks like a bunch of old souls, except for Robertson, who just has the enthusiasm of a kid. And I never even thought about that before. The rest, Helm looks like he has been to Helm and back, and he had been. And there's Robertson being like, Van the man. He's just absolutely ebullient because he's, I didn't realize that he's like the kid in the middle of all these worn down, beat up old men who have just basically ravaged themselves over the course of a decade.
They're all in their early to mid 30s, and they look like they're, in their 50s. It's like, geez, guys. But if you could have that one back, I'm sure they would, Yeah,
and there's Robertson looking as young as he ever did. Just looking
young, handsome guy, just having a good time.
Yeah, crazy. I lost Lindsay for a second. Lindsay, unmute yourself.
Sorry, I have to bring up this is a separate conversation, but I have to bring up We Are the World because I rewatched that documentary recently.
Mm-hmm.
And have you seen it? The documentary behind it?
I have. Yeah, it was great. I enjoyed it.
So good. I rewatched it recently, and it becomes a very heartwarming moment of collaboration when you see Bob Dylan's anxiety and reluctance during it. But I'm so curious because just imagine being back to The Voice again. Not being one of the most well-known creative artists of all time, but now you're standing with Stevie Wonder and Lionel Richie and Michael Jackson and these some of the greatest voices of all time, and then he's there. What I don't know time, but that was 1985, so we'd already have obviously been way into the band. I just want to bring that up and get your thoughts on that. Putting Bob Dylan is one thing on his own, but then he's another thing standing beside Stevie and Lionel and Michael. I just would love your thoughts on that scene.
Well, yeah, it was really wild, and for me, it was an incredible act of humility on Bob's part because he was really kind of failing delivering his lines, and so Stevie Wonder comes over, and Stevie is like a great impersonator. He can impersonate a lot of singers, and he can impersonate Bob. So he does his impersonation of Bob and gives him an idea of what he should sound like, and it just opens up Bob's mind, and he's like, oh, okay, I can do this, and they got it done, and my respect for Lionel Richie really went up, as not necessarily as a host of American Idol, but as a musician, because he really spearheaded that thing and kept everybody in line and kept everyone in order and just got through this thing, which was almost like an impossible task. Yeah, except for Waylon. Waylon's like, I can't. And the funny thing is, Waylon gets bashed, but Waylon was just, he was just recently sober and clean, and you could see he was sweating, sweating like a monster. And I think he's just like, I got to get out of it. I can't handle this. I got to get out of here. So, so I think that was his motivation there.
Too many egos will drive you to drink, and if you can't have the drink, that's a rough one. That's
for
a
sure.
rough one.
Absolutely. And Quincy Jones, keeping everybody getting through that whole session. And one of my things I thought was the coolest was I'm a big Daryl Hall and John Oates fan, and to see that those guys were like all into soul music coming up in Motown. And could you imagine being Daryl Hall and having Diana Ross come up and ask for your autograph? That had to be like mind blowing.
Scott, I have the funniest story. I haven't told Lindsay this either. I used to work as my former partner and I in law enforcement actually went over and worked as disciplinarians at this middle school, and we became very close friends with a lot of the teachers there. There was an African American gentleman I worked with who literally burst into tears of shock when he found out that Daryl Hall and that Hall and Oates were in fact white. He was actually stunned, Lindsay. He was like, wait, what? And like me and my partner Ed are like, no, you don't understand, man. It's like, I don't believe you. We made him go on the internet to watch a video, and he's like, I don't understand.
Wow.
I don't know what I'm...
Even that whole time, he had never seen a picture or
He
video.
had never seen them. He was a young guy. He was like, he just started his teaching career. He was 24 years old, and he grew up loving Hall and Oates and had never, this is a while back, he had never seen a picture of them. And
That's crazy.
It's a great reminder of the crossover. Wheels on Fire. Bob Dylan hires a band and changes rock and roll. Part 1 from The Strange Brew. And of course, Lindsay, who is the author of that remarkable article?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. It's our friend, music historian and author Scott Shea, who so wonderfully has joined us once again. And this is something that's becoming a habit, and it's a habit that we like having you around, Scott. So thanks for making the time.
Thank you. I really enjoy speaking with you guys. It's always a blast.
Thank you so much.
Flo and Eddie and the Turtles and Mark Volman is our next conversation.
Yeah, we're going to get him back.
Absolutely.
We're going to get him
Sign
on.
me up.
Guys, by the way, go to scottsheaauthor.com. You can find him there. Simply the best. Like I said, the information is fun. It's accessible. There's a lot of great stuff over there.
Simply the best.
He is, by the way. We will take a break here and come back on the other side and be talking to Dion Graham about this terrific new audio edition of The Martian Chronicles, but a whole lot more. He's got an amazing career, and his voice on this simply adds to his legacy. Spooky Times with Lindsay and Jimmy and Madison with a T.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew. Get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
I'm trying. I'm actually really excited for our next guest. I was reading his bio. I was able to see History of Sound when I was in Cannes back in May. So it's pretty cool that he was in that movie.
Very cool. I'm also excited to talk to him as well because I don't know how well he knows both of them, but I am a good acquaintance with David Simon, and I'm a genuine friend of Eric Overmyer's. So we got a lot of great stuff happening here. Guys, if you think that Bob Dylan actually going from folk to rock and roll is scary, then we got something even better for you because this next guest actually is involved in a lot of stuff that we can talk about in regards to the spooky season, but also some incredible professional accomplishments, Lindsay.
You think? Plus, I'm just like listening to him and like, is there a world where he can just narrate my life? Because that would be sort of my dream. So our next guest, we've been talking about pretty much all day yesterday and today. Been giddy about having Dion on, but he's an actor, he's a narrator. His voice literally will stop you in your tracks. You know him, of course, from HBO's The Wire, from The First 48, and from an incredible list of stage, film, and television work spanning Broadway, off-Broadway, and beyond. Right now, you can hear him delivering a mesmerizing performance, guys, of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, which, by the way, would be a really cool thing to listen to as you're rolling down the road in your semi at night. You might be scared, but it'll also keep you on your toes. Several other pieces of work that we're going to talk about today. He's also starred in Ethan Coen's off-Broadway production Let's Love alongside Aubrey Plaza. And you'll soon see him in The History of Sound with Paul Mescal and Joss O'Connor. So much to talk about. He's one of those very rare artists, as you know, Jim, who can shift from screen to stage to audio booth and with total command. He brings worlds and characters and emotions to life just through his presence and breath. His breath is something that I'm dying to talk about. So very excited about this conversation. Please make welcome to the show a equal parts beautiful and spooky sounding guest. Dion, good morning. So glad to have you, Dion Graham.
Good morning. My pleasure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, you sound amazing.
My gracious, what a rousing and amazing welcome. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be with you guys.
Dion, I grew up loving this book, The Martian Chronicles. I mean, I loved it. I mean, I basically the book along with the Illustrated Man fell apart growing up in the late 60s, early 70s. It all just kind of evaporated in my hands eventually. And there's a moment, the naming of names that happens in the middle of the book that gave me chills every time I read it. And eventually those people would push back. And so I immediately, before listening to the book in its entirety, went to the chapter on the Audible and listened to that instantly. And it gave me chills. And I love Bradbury so much. And Lindsay talked about the idea of moving from one place to another. Bradbury, reading Bradbury is pretty much combining Norman Rockwell and Rod Serling and America and everything all into one kind of giant big ball. You have to be both funny, scary, deep, profound, silly, slapstick, all of it rolled into one big thing. This must have been an immense challenge from a tonal aspect to not just get the overall feel of it right, but can you talk about how you were able to kind of shift from one tone to another, sometimes inside the stories themselves? Sorry to throw you into the deep end, but there you go.
Well, I have my water wings on at least, so I can swim here.
They're very cute. The unicorns are really cute on you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. You're right. It's an amazing book, and I also am a huge Ray Bradbury fan, and also was a huge and still a huge sci-fi fan, spec fic fan as well. And the book is chock full of all that you highlighted. And, it's interesting when I read it, because I had not had a chance to read it before. And when I read it, I was just struck. I was like, wow, what is the actual journey here? And so what I tried to do is to start at the beginning and take the ride down the slide, if you will, as to like, while we're looking at Mars, and all kinds of things that Bradbury was trying to really ask us to think about ourselves, but just what was the tonal shift? And you're right. It's the tonal shifts in there go kind of all around. It's all over the place. And as opposed to trying to present something that would be kind of trapped in amber, like a historical document, I tried to allow it to be just relevant to us as it is, of course, but just living and breathing and letting everything come out with the personalities and the ideas that he's presenting that, again, are really just saying, hey, guys, take a look at us. Would it be any different on another planet? Does that make any sense at all?
No, it makes perfect sense. It's like nothing really has changed, just the landscape and the breathable air. That's it.
Well, we're going to talk about breathing. Breathing is very important to me. By the way, it's very important to everybody, or should be. But there's several questions I have to you about it. But before that, just talking about this story specifically, Bradbury wrote these stories decades ago, yet, your narration feels very contemporary and alive. But I'm curious to you, what themes, as you were reading it, especially since you didn't know it really prior, what themes felt most shockingly relevant today? Did anything hit you differently reading this at this time in the moment in our culture now?
Well, interesting. That's a really great question. And interestingly, I'm actually listening to it right now. I do like to listen every day. I like to see how it turns out. And I was struck by, I didn't remember that I had done this, but I was struck by, that he had done this. The very first story, when, humans on Mars, and there's a Martian person involved in her life, doing her thing, being totally bothered and interrupted by these spacemen from so self-important, fatuous humans from Earth. We're here. Where's the parade for us? Where's all the? And I just thought, wow, look at us. And this was written a long time ago, but we still behave that way in our various different cultures on Earth. Depending on where you come from, but we can be so tribal. And I'm thinking like the only thing that matters is that we are recognized, or that we are lifted up, as opposed to realizing that, like, well, you're part of a whole. So that was one thing that really stood out to me. The themes, some of the themes that I see in there are: would we, even though we might be technologically advanced, but are we evolved enough to be able to maintain our humanity, if you will, while having access to all that technology, which is, you can of course think about that with AI today, but not just AI, but think about this. Think about the kinds of weapons of war that we have access to that can easily destroy the planet. Of course, there's there's the nuclear threat, but also just from the very advanced technology and weapons that could be used as a force for good, but also could definitely be used as a force for darkness. And all that is very relevant. Of course, in the book, I don't want to give a spoiler. I don't get too much away, but there are some things that happen in the book on a different planet that we experience here too. And so it's all really relevant, I think.
Jim, spoiler alert, the Martians are coming. Look busy.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm always, and the other thing is to kind of give our listeners a sense, there are moments from this where I would read, and going back and listening to you read it, I'd be like, oh my God, Ridley Scott, you're a thief. Oh my God, Steven Spielberg, you're a thief. Sure. Oh my, and going through it, and how much of the foundation of so much science fiction movies, how many, popular culture movies. I mean, basically Ray Bradbury, who in many ways didn't invent this stuff, but his combination of Americana and then rolling it all into a sci-fi world. I mean, basically it's the platform for future world at Disney. I mean, he was one of the planners of it, but you can see his fingerprints everywhere. And I can't even imagine of living in that and the reading of that, of having to stay focused, because you literally will have insights at your own voice and the way you shape things as you do it. How many times did you realize, oh my God, I'm actually saying words that ended up in somebody else's movie or television show, ended up a conversation in a Star Trek episode, ended up in a Twilight Zone episode? I mean, you must have felt like you were in the middle of a giant encyclopedia of the history of American science fiction while you were doing it.
You know what? That is a great observation. I have to say, I guess I was so immersed in it that I wasn't. It never occurred to me. But of course, I can look back on it. You're absolutely right. From Asimov to Arthur C. Clarke to all the great science fiction shows that we've had, since that time up to today. Yeah, you're right. It's really, really foundational. And we can call them thieves, but we can also say they were obviously young Spielberg, young Ridley Scott must have been deeply influenced by these works too, right?
Right. It just.
And I wanted to say one thing about something you said. It's interesting because the book was written a long time ago, and it's not that I didn't have any notion to try to update it or anything like that. Not at all. It's just that as opposed to doing it in a style and a tone that puts it safely, on a bookshelf someplace. We'll pull the book down and we'll look at how it was. No, I wanted to allow the book to come to life in a natural way, but in a way that really speaks to us, because it's really it continues to be about us. So.
Well, and speaking of your breath work in this is stunning to me. And we've got, I want to talk about this both personally and professionally, if you will. We've got a vast majority of our audience are over there truck drivers who will certainly be listening to this to kill time down the road. And they're out there breathing.
Hello, truck driver friends.
They're out there breathing without thinking about it. But I noticed something so beautiful in your narration at the end of certain phrases. There's this tiny breath, almost like this tension release and a suspense reset. And I'm a singer here in Nashville, and so I clocked it immediately. And it's subtle, but it really, Dion, sets a pulse and keeps that like emotional thread alive. Is that something intentional you're doing, or is that an unconscious sort of embodiment of the text?
That's a really interesting question. I would say it's not something that I'm actively thinking about. I would say that it is more a byproduct of the work, if you will. Yeah. So, I mean, there might be a time when I might make a choice to do that, but usually what's happening is something is happening, and something's happening in the text and in the narration. Now I'm either trying to see it to the end of the thought or the statement or whatever it is, and it's a byproduct, or it's something that comes from the doing of it, if you will. So It's like that. It's not premeditated, but you make a very good point about breath. First of all, breath is so important to all of us. I find myself saying to, people I know oftentimes when we're in some kind of stress or distress, 3 deep breaths oftentimes will do a lot to help us out. And we are often unconscious about take for granted the fact that we breathe, but it can be really useful to surrender to the breath, to be able to use the breath to express so many things, and also just to allow ourselves to drop into focus, if that makes sense.
It does, because passive versus active breath they're 2 entirely different things. And of course we say, well, of course I'm breathing. I'd be dead if I wasn't. Yeah, but are you actively breathing? And I was going to ask you how it was impacted your life personally, and it's obviously woven into both your work. And then I was going to ask you a simple practice, and you gave it to us. So if you're sitting in your truck right now, 3 breaths, it really can get you back online when you're spiraling. Like, definitely. Truly, it is that simple.
And when we're talking about breathing, I would just also say, if you're trying to do 3 deep breaths, breathe and make sure you release.
Yeah.
Not to control it out necessarily. Breathe and release the breath. And for the purposes of narration, for instance, and actually all my work is as an actor, but everything lives in and rides on the breath. So even when we're highly stressed, as long as you're breathing through it, everything will be communicated. So everything will be communicated. So.
I want to go back into your acting past, because I want to kind of set up your acting future, because there's a lot of great things in the docket coming up. But I won't lie to you, as I said at the top of the thing, I have some friends who were involved in one of the most incredible projects in television history.
I heard that.
And you did not play a minor role in this. Our friend, Dion Graham, who joins us this morning, has had the pleasure of both warmly welcoming Deirdre Lovejoy, playing a state prosecutor, into the ranks of his team when she thinks she's going to get fired, and more importantly, facing down Aidan Gillen's Tommy Carcetti. You played the state prosecutor, and and he played the mayor of the city of Baltimore, and you had more than a couple of conflicts with him and your own ambitions. What was it like to work on The Wire? What was that experience like in regards to being, and like I said, not just the kind of after effect, but the overall sense of what happens, being onboarded into that amazing group of performers and creatives?
Oh my goodness! Being on The Wire was a great treat and a great honor, and a lot of fun too. It's funny when I was asked to join the company. The short story is, I asked my agent when the offer came in. I was like, okay, who do I have to thank for this? And they're like, oh no, just thank yourself. And I was like, okay, the cast director, who do you have to thank? Oh no, thank yourself. And I got on set and I said to David and Nina, I said, I'm really glad to be with you guys. And they think, oh no, thank yourself. We've been trying to bring them for a while, but they had a lot of storylines open. So it was a distinct honor and pleasure. And also, I got to work with friends and colleagues that I knew already. For instance, Isaiah Whitlock and I knew each other. He played Clay Davis, who was a crooked senator that I was prosecuting, so that was kind of a big deal. Along with the fact also that Eric, I haven't talked to Eric in a while. Eric Overmeyer is a dear friend, and actually, I would love it if you put us back in touch because, of course, I've changed phones many times now. But Eric and I knew each other before as well because I'd done a play of his, the world premiere of a play of his, The Heliotrope Bouquet by Scott Joplin and Louis Chauvin, years before, actually. So it was really a great love fest, and of course, The Wire has left a big imprint on so many people's lives and the art and the industries, past, present, and future, maybe. But it was really a real treat and honor, and I'm really blessed to have been able to be a part of that.
Well, and then speaking of Love Fest, you're also a part of, Let's Love, which is this comedy. It's a trio of one acts that I love. This says explores love in all its miserable glory. God bless. And I love this juxtaposition, otherworldly sci-fi worlds, and then this grounded off-Broadway piece with Ethan and Aubrey Plaza. So as an artist, Dion, what does that jumping between those worlds give you? Does one really recharge the other? Does it feel like that?
I love it, first of all, and yes, it does for me. It really does because they're different mediums that we're media is what I should say, but they have their own specific challenges. But I find that everything works to strengthen everything else, and I love. There's nothing like being in front of the live audience and having the communion with that night to night in the theater. But also, I love the storytelling and the intimacy in shooting something in the same way that I love narration as well, because you're embodying the entire story, all the characters, the author's intent as far as you understand it. You're always taking a ride on someone's understanding and channeling of that story, and I think it's amazing. And yeah, they really do all feed me and feed each other. It's all, in a way, kind of the same ocean, put the different uses.
I love it. Well said.
Let's talk about the swimming techniques in those different oceans. The idea.
Let's put the water wings back on.
Yeah, let's put the water wings back on because in one format in two formats you're stopping and starting, and although you occasionally do get a flow going on, and in another format, once you've kind of gone through the blocking and the rehearsals and the breath work, suddenly 180, 200, 300 people show up in a packed house, and there ain't no, can we do that again? Unless, of course, somebody wrote that into the text. You got to do it in one kind of shot flow. Can you talk about the difference for our listeners right now about what it means to make a movie, what it means to read a book, and what it means to actually be on stage in front of a live audience?
Absolutely. Well, so right now, I'm doing Let's Love, Ethan Cohen's new play. He's one half of the Coen brothers, for anybody who might not know that. It's great. It is about love in all its miserable glory. And it's very funny. And we're having a great time doing it. And I will tell you, night by night, even though, of course, we've rehearsed it, the moments have, they have their own shape and all that. But it can't help but be individual to the performance that it's at, because that's not something that is preserved on film or something like that. This is something it's an experience that you have to go through moment by moment with the audience and with my fellow players, every night. So that's that. Being on set. I want to say something about the live experience. Yes, it's true. Once we start, there's no going back fix anything. Oh no, sorry, we want to go try that again. No, it's you have to take the ride and be in the moment the whole time. And of course, in film and TV, if there's anything we want to go back on, we can stop and do another take. Oftentimes, we're doing multiple takes for various different reasons to have options, and and oftentimes the editing process. Shapes the whole. Sometimes you don't even know it was going to look like that. But that's different. And then, of course, in audio, it's similar in that, like, if there's something that I encounter, I'm like, oh, wait, that's not quite how that needs to go. We simply go back and we do it again. Or if I make a mistake, which is inevitable, I mean, think about a 300, 400, 500-page book. You know, you're going to make mistakes when you're narrating out loud. So, but it's easy. We have the technology. We just go back and we fix it. And sometimes, often enough, sometimes I'll realize it like, oh, that was good, that was fine. But actually, there's another nuance in there that I understand now, and so I'll go back to try to bring that out as well. So it's great. I'm like Pooh who fell in the honey pot with it all.
Oh. Well, then you kind of, that's first of all, the cutest thing I've ever heard, especially coming from a voice like yours. And I'm going to ask my soul-driven question here, because, you know, you're someone you carry so much story in your breath, so much soul in what you output. And that's not technique alone. That's real, you know, presence and discipline, of course. But I want to ask you, do you feel like you're doing what are you living out your purpose on this earth? Do you feel that, Dion?
Wow, my goodness, this is such a great question. As you were asking the question, I was just feeling myself open by the question. I'm gonna say yes. Now, who knows if we are who can say whether or not there's one purpose or whether there's an ordained purpose? But here's what I will say: this is definitely a right choice for me. The life might have gone a different way. When I started in the university, I thought that I was maybe going to go to law school. But I had an epiphany pretty early on that brought me right here, and it definitely was a right choice. And you can have impact. You can have impact in life in all kinds of different ways, but it does require you to be engaged. And I like what you said before about being present. And I find that is something that is really key in my work, and I hope that it's impactful and just in terms of touching other people and maybe encouraging them or spurring them to see themselves and maybe other people a little bit differently, maybe towards more understanding or questioning what we thought we knew. If that makes any sense at all?
Yeah, for sure.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
2 questions about favorites. First of all, what is the favorite story in this book, The Martian Chronicles, that you've read? And you can change that thought in a minute if you'd like to. The second one is there a stage role that you really, really want to play that you haven't gotten a chance to play yet that there is still time to play?
Okay, so first question, I don't remember all of the titles of them, but I will say the mission where Captain Williams, I forget which mission to Mars it is, but I think it might be the 4th one, where Captain or Commander Williams is leading it, stuck out for me. There's one story where the captain of a mission who had a very, I won't call him a conscientious objector, I'll say he had part of his crew who really had he discovered that he had a lot of criticism of the species he came from, that's humans, and what we would do to Mars and how we'd be a detriment to it, that he went kind of rogue. And later on in
the 4th expedition, that's the 4th expedition. Yeah.
Right. And okay. So that's the one. Okay, you know what I'm talking about then. Right. So this is the one where the captain actually and the crew had to kind of hunt him down.
Yeah.
And that's just very compelling. There was another one. I mean, there's so many. Many. But I'm just picking some highlights. The one with the house. They send this is way, I think hundreds of years now after the first, or maybe it's quite a while after the first expedition, but where they send a kind of auditor from
Usher
Earth.
2. Usher 2.
That's right.
Oh,
Usher 2.
My favorite story. Great job with it, by the way. Spectacular.
Oh, thank you so much.
Spectacular. That's the one I was looking forward to the most, and it was after the naming of the names. Okay, we only got about a minute here, so what role do you want to play on the stage?
Oh, my goodness. Well, first of all, some that I'm sure have not even been written yet, but also, I'm a big fan of August Wilson's works. I would love to play Harold Loomis one day, who is a father who is on the run in it's after slavery times in the United States, but he's on the run with his daughter. That's a great role. I don't know. There's so many. That's just one, but there's so many.
Dion, will you play the role of coming to my house and reading me a bedtime story every night? I feel like we're close enough I can ask that now. I feel like we got there during this interview.
We can talk about that, but we probably should take that offline.
Probably. Well, a next project, somebody should pitch you doing audible bedtime stories, because I'm telling you what, that would blow up. We've been talking with Dion Graham. You are such a treat, such a gem, and we just can't thank you enough for making time for us. And you know what? You put me at peace this morning, so God bless you for that, my friend.
Oh, thank you so much. You guys, thank you so much for having me, and peace be with you.
And also with you.
Thank you, Dion. Dion Graham, everybody. You can find his new rendition of the Martian Chronicles on Audible and everywhere you get your audio books. And is there any place else you want to send us to before we get out of here?
The only thing I would say, as since we're talking about things audio in particular, first I would say there's another great sci-fi out, Harmattan season, which is a great one that I just finished. There is the Convergent Saga. That's a trilogy by the great Cadwell Turnbull. Wow. It starts with No Gods, No Monsters, also sci-fi fantasy, but it's really, again, talking to us, even though there might be monsters among us. That, and of course, and The History of Sound. Yeah, the History of Sound with Paul Mescal and Josh O'Connor, which is out now. It's out already. Oliver Hermanus's beautiful film that we all worked on. It's really great, and everybody should go see it.
Done.
Thank you, Dion. Happy Halloween to you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
You too. What a joy. New favorite person.
New favorite person on the list. He made the list. He made the positive list. By the way, his version of Usher 2, which is the one right after Naming of the Names, because that story is about one of the people that decides to push back, is great. It's all great.
You're great. Road Gang Radio is great. And you, if you're listening, you're great. Give us a call.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, Tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T. Whoa.
Hey, Madison with the T. I'll take this moment to say hello to you myself. I never get to talk to you on air, so thank you for keeping us on in the ones and the twos over there. DJ Maddie with the TT.
Hey,
How
girl,
are
hey.
you? And what are you doing for Halloween? Because I know it's your favorite holiday. What are you doing?
Yes, I have 2 costumes because it's Halloween. We have Friday and Saturday. Got to prepare my body
No, we have
for
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Get it straight. You're into it.
Start it now.
Starting now? Well, I only have 2. So tomorrow I'm going to be Freddy Krueger. And
What?
then, yes. I'm
Take
gonna be,
pictures for Lindsay. Take
yes,
pictures
and
for
I'm going to
Lindsay.
I have like a whole face prosthetic that I'm going to apply. So it's going to be like kind of nasty. And then, because I do special effects makeup, I don't know if I've ever mentioned that, but that's like how I got into film. I was like the kid everybody would call for the blood and guts, and I like got to work on The Walking Dead, and it was really cool. So I'll do that for Friday. And then for Saturday, I'm doing a couple's costume with my boyfriend. We're going to be Mordecai and Rigby from the cartoon regular show, if you're familiar.
It's very specific. I like it. Also, by the way, she just said boyfriend, so another conversation. But
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Hey, Madison, I don't know if I do send me pictures of you and Freddie, but also know that when you do, it's going to affect my life, because I don't know if you've heard or not my ongoing saga about Freddy Krueger. He's in my dreams often.
I do think I've heard you say that, yeah.
And every time, Madison, for whatever reason, I'm always like, because I have a very vivid memory of being very young, and specifically it was Friday the 13th, part 3, where he rips the babysitter's head off and he's holding it in his hands. I will never get that visual out of my head.
Yeah.
And I'm to this day, at the young old age of whatever I am, I have this I have this recurring dream where Freddie's there and he's like doing his bad stuff, and I'm like, Freddie, you don't have to do this, and we're sort of in love with each other. It's this like
You can fix
love-hate
him.
thing. Yes, exactly. I'm trying to fix him every time, Madison. I'm like, Freddie, you could be a good guy, and he's like, I love you, but I have to kill people, and I'm like, oh crap, what are we gonna do? So anyway, send me the picture, but no, it will affect my life. That's all I'm
I
saying.
definitely will.
Thank you.
Really quickly, want to let you guys know we are actually reading your comments in the chat. Trucker Boson says that he likes the line, but if there were a man who had sufficient force, our good friend Ice Princess said it was great to speak with both of us yesterday. It was great to speak with you as well. And by the way, Trucker Boson did point out the fact that he heard you drop your jaw when Madison mentioned that you'd be dressing like Freddy Krueger.
Oh,
So
is
there
that
you
when
go.
I dropped it? Yep,
Yeah.
I did. I did drop my jaw.
Yeah, and by the way, Trucker Boson does have several Dylan albums in his collection. Blood on the Tracks is probably his favorite. You guys can go to Scott Shea Author and check out his work as well. It's great. It's really incredibly accessible, and at the same time, it often does deep dives. He actually makes it look like it's that typical sort of, easy read, and it is in regards to accessibility, but it goes deep, and it's pretty terrific, and we always love having him on. And big shout out to Dion Graham as well for making time for us to kind of do the Martian Chronicles
It's
with
nice
us.
with Scott Shea, Jim, to have somebody who's, it's not like he's just an expert on, say, the Mamas and Papas or Bob Dylan. Like, he's a music historian in general. So I love that, because we can in the middle say like, well, what about Mark Volman? And be like, oh yeah, Flo and Eddie, I can go there. Or what about Lionel Richie and We Are the World? Oh yeah, I can go there. Like, it makes the conversation so much more free flowing when you realize, oh, he's a music historian.
Yeah.
He knows his stuff.
And a lover of all kinds of genre too, has the
Yeah.
ability, when he talks about Waylon, when he was talking to you about Waylon, he kind of knew the backstory about what was going on there and kind of knew Waylon's life as well. And all that stuff makes it for a really great, which is why it keeps coming up. And I'm going to say this again, Scott Shea, Road Gang Radio, type it in on your streaming service. I promise you it will come up, and you will have every episode that he has ever been on with us, which is a really cool thing.
Also, so cool that but with country and Western music news, I can say now I host multiple podcasts, because I just had this week realized that that's a podcast on all platforms, as in anything, Maintenance Matters, any of our recurring segments. We are going to beat this till you all understand it, including ourselves. Anything we do on a recurring basis shows up. You just type it in and you can get it. Every country and Western music news segment is on there. Every Maintenance Matters, every fill in the blank, Jim.
Last Empty Places. All of those are there. Every time we talk with Dean Croak, you can find those. Dean Croak, Road Gang Radio, is always going to pop up. And even if we're doing it on Nemo Nation, all that rapid fire guest stuff, Sergio Avadian is there. Our friends Mike Roth and Nakfi are going to be there. Everything that we do is there. You can actually put together a playlist of the stuff you want to hear and then kind of build it up for the end of the week and catch up there. We don't care when you listen, we care that you listen.
We do care that you listen. We care about you. And Jim, I care about you. And I know that Halloween is your favorite holiday. And I know that also Bummer, it's also Claire's favorite. And you guys normally do all kinds of things and dress up together. And you aren't with her. And you haven't been with Claire in quite some time, unfortunately. I look forward to the day that you and them are together. But what are you going to do for Halloween? Halloween is tomorrow. We've got all weekend. Are you doing anything?
No, I'm really not. And I will tell you.
Is it breaking your heart?
It
or
is.
Are you okay?
It's part of me is heartbroken, and the other part of me is galvanized because so much of what we're doing here. I mean, I'm going to keep on articulating this for the people that are listening right now. We are a startup with a legacy name. There's no other way to say this. And that means everybody here who does this gig with us understands that this isn't a job, it's an adventure. And I mean that. I mean that it's like anybody that kind of got involved with us in the beginning of this was like going, oh, so it's a 9 to 5 or, a 6 to 3 or a 6 to 2 and did that is no longer with us. That's just the way it's got to kind of play itself out. That's just the reality.
Do you want to be a part of something great that's going to take a lot of blood, sweat, and tears? Or do you want to collect a paycheck and go home and cook dinner?
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with the latter of those two.
No,
I don't have
not
a
at all.
problem with that at all. I have no issue with that. I don't want to make people think that, there are people who do a great job and they do a job. And, when the clock's over with, they go home. And I totally understand that. But this is something different. This is something, and I got to tell you, it has just made for, I had so many plans of things I wanted to do, Lindsay, and I can't tell you the number of times. Madison left here a couple of days ago, she would be coming back later on to work on posting some stuff. She said, I'll just be, we both said, you'll be long gone by the time I get back. And of course she came back and I was at the desk working on stuff.
Yeah, it was like 5:30. I came back with like a cold brew because I was like, oh, I'm tired. I'm going to be here for a while. And Jimmy was still here.
I was still here.
Yeah.
Behind the desk responding to emails, trying to figure out some programming stuff, trying to figure out the next day's show. And by the way, guys, I'm having the time of my life. There's a lot of people who have made comments to me, Lindsay, who have said, you've never sounded better. I don't mean my voice, but in regards to people can hear the lift in my voice as opposed to what was going on towards the end of our experience on the previous platform, where there were certain things going on that were deliberately designed to make it feel unpleasant. And this has been exciting, stressful, sometimes infuriating, but there's never been a moment when I've been on the air during this show where I've been anything other than feeling like I'm doing something again. And that's kind of an amazing thing. So to get back to your question, what I plan on doing is that today, at a certain point, I'm going to treat this like the way the British would treat Christmas Eve. I will declare an end to this day at some point, and then I will pivot. And tomorrow night, one of our guests, by the way, that is coming tomorrow, Edward Carter Simon, does have a professional tour company, and one of my friends and her new beau, the three of us are going to take a haunted history tour of the French Quarter in the early evening tomorrow on Halloween night.
Well, that's totally doing something for Halloween.
And that's
way better than taking my 6-year-old trick-or-treating.
Oh, I would agree with that.
By the way, so that's amazing.
And so I'm going to do that. That's like I promised myself that at some point today I was going to declare an end and be like, I am done. I will bring in candy. I will straighten this place up tomorrow so that if people stop by early, the kids can come by. It's a great Halloween walking neighborhood. And then I will head over for a tour. Full stop. That's
oh my God, we have Vincent Jenna on tomorrow.
I know.
So excited. Madison, if you've never heard Vincent Jenna.
I'm about to look at her stuff right now.
He is a hoot.
And a half.
He is a medium. But he's an author. He's a
social worker. He's
a social worker. He's a trained therapist.
He's a trained therapist. He actually has all the certifications you need to practice therapy. He just also happens to believe that that we are imbued by the spirit of aliens when we're doing things the right way.
That old chestnut.
The secret that is holding you back, that is Vincent Jenna. He's going to tell you what that secret is if you tune in tomorrow. The return of Jenna.
He's so fun. And Lisa Morton will be talking all things spooky and ghosts with us. You said that your buddy Edward's on. When is that?
It's gonna. If you want to stop in, he's actually coming by the studio tomorrow. If you take a look, let's just take a look here.
He's not on the calendar, so I'm just.
Halloween.
Oh yes, he is at
Yes, he
8:30.
is.
I might be able to pop on a little early.
If you want to pop in early, I would love to have you in studio, Edward Carter Simon. It's just it's a Halloween show. Straight up, guys, we're going to have a bunch of stuff for you, but it's a Halloween show, and it's going to be a blast and a half.
We're giving away candy on the air tomorrow.
You did something great today. We are giving away candy there. You did something great today, and always do, but let's get to the specific of what you did today. First half hour, Lindsay asked a question and made me think of something, too. The ambassador herself asked a question. What is the thing that is mostly on your mind these days? What is the thing that concerns you the most about what is unfolding across the highways and byways? And
you, the listener, you, the truck driver, not your company, you.
Yeah, what is on your mind? What is weighing most heavily on you? What is creating the biggest pocket of stress? And I wanted to stress this about your stress. And this is not a criticism, but also a lot of people that work in the area that we work in regards to trucking know only trucking. They're, in many ways, they're like you. They're kind of in that bubble of that world. It's very hard to be a citizen driver. Doesn't mean your family aren't citizens, but you often are behind the wheel, long hours and all that kind of stuff. Let us be your voice. Lindsay and I live in a bunch of different worlds. Not just this one that we live in with you, but Lindsay and I have friends and collaborators and colleagues who come from all walks of life, political, entertainment, just day-to-day people who make a difference in their community. And many of them ask us the question. They ask Lindsay all the time, what's going on with truck drivers? I mean, we had
glad you asked.
We had Rahan Salam of the Manhattan Institute, the conservative Manhattan Institute, ask Lindsay and I point blank, what's going on with truckers?
That was an exciting, intense moment. I felt the power in that moment when we were in DC at a mover and shaker, young movers and shakers political party. And it was certainly, very much one specific political party, but that was fine. We were there to be flies on the wall. And to be asked that by somebody who genuinely was curious.
Yeah. Oh, you could tell.
We were near the hill when somebody were like, oh, this answer. And when Jim gave a beautiful answer and led that conversation, you could tell that could have shifted something.
Yeah, and to go back to the guest we had on early this morning, by the way, I mean, when I tell you it was, as Tony Lewin said, I mean, Rahan Salam looked us both in the eye. He was like, I need to know what's going on with the truckers. Tell us what's happening with these guys, because we need to know, because we care about them. What can we do? And Lindsay and I laid it out. And much of it was what you guys said today. Much of it is what you guys said today. It was about creating a safer work environment, creating a safer space, getting cultural awareness of what's going on out there on the road. This is a moment, guys, where people are listening, so don't be afraid just to call and say, hey, you know what you can tell people for us? We know you can't tell people. We understand that, but we can do it for you. Lindsay can do it for you. She's pretty good at it. They thought so much of her as a loudmouth, as a matter of fact, that they gave her an award, and she's now the ambassador.
Ambassador Lawler, thank you.
Thank you. And thus ended my TED Talk, by the way.
Thank you for inviting me to it.
But there you go. There you go. What else is going on today, Lindsay? What are you doing with your day?
Well, I'm talking to a friend, as I told you, about something potentially very big and important. I can't say what because the other friend might be listening right now.
I understand.
Did that make sense to you?
It makes perfect sense to me.
Okay. I'm getting ready for Halloween. So Freya is going to be, have you heard of K-pop Demon Hunters, Jim? Yeah, it's everywhere. So Freya is going to be Mira, the pink-haired K-pop Demon Hunter, which, by the way, so I'm not doing a wig because she was Elsa last year and wore a wig and it kept falling off. She's too little to figure it out. So I'm doing the thing that I'm going to regret. I already know it. I've bought pink hair dye and pink hair spray that I've even found the one that actually legitimately shows up because Freya has very dark hair. And we will be dyeing her hair later today, soon to be all over my house and on every pillowcase and couch that I own. And I'm just saying it is what it is. I'm doing it. I'm leaning in. Tomorrow, Jim, we'll be trick-or-treat. We're going to a friend's house. There's a whole huge group. We're all going to go trick-or-treating together in that area where my parents live, which is great because every house not only has kids treats, but it has adults treats. They have food and drinks, and the entire neighborhood shuts down. It's very fun. And then Saturday, guess what, Jim? Our neighbors just called and gave us tickets to go see their son, Edwin Spillman, plays, he's a linebacker for the Tennessee Titans. 15 big tackles he had last week. And I'm not the Tennessee Titans, I'm sorry, University of Tennessee Volunteers.
Okay.
And which is actually a better team than the Titans. And they are playing my alma mater, the University of Oklahoma Sooners, this Saturday. So they gave us tickets. Here's the thing, though, Jim. Here's the thing. So we're driving up. Seamus and I are driving up, going to see the Sooners play Tennessee here in my now current home state. I can't wear anything Oklahoma Sooners. We are sitting in the parents of the Tennessee Vols players section. But not only can we not, of course you can't. They're like, oh, no. There's a sign that says we won't give you your ticket. You cannot enter if you are wearing the opposing team. And my friend Melissa was like, dude, I'm telling you, the mamas of those players, if you're not cheering for their team, they will get up and punch you. They are mean. They mean business. So I'm actually going to be wearing Tennessee Volunteers apparel how am I going to, the Sooners had a hard turn last week against Ole Miss, but if they score, I'm going to have to secretly cheer inside. It's going to be very hard to do. But I'm excited.
Just put an angry face on and shake. Speaking of the University of Tennessee, Lindsay, I got to take care of this, by the way, because the second guest on Trucking with Oida this morning is actually a professor at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville.
Oh my gosh, how cool. Well, what a great segment. Hey, by the way, coming up today in about 13 minutes, is Trucking with Oida that happens every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday on the show, brought to you by the good people of Oida. And it is the best produced show in the Transpo planet. Am I right, Jim? I think I am.
I think you are. I think you absolutely are.
What are they talking about today?
I think it's, and by the way, plenty of segues. It's like a sealant between the two of us. There's no hotter topic in trucking right now than non-domiciled CDLs, as Jay Grimes told us. And while the Trump administration has made enforcement a focal point, long-standing changes are going to take an act of Congress. Congress has to act. Enter Representative David Reuser of North Carolina, who just introduced a bill, a rousing bill from Reuser, that would create stricter requirements for the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. The congressman is joining the show, is joining Ashley and Scott to talk about what prompted the move and why he feels this legislation could pick up bipartisan support on its way to becoming law. I did tell you, by the way, that Tennessee, the Volunteers, will be represented as Alex Scott, Associate Professor of Supply Chain Management over at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, on his study that also is a question. Are English language violations associated with unsafe carriers? The answer will not surprise you. But it does yield important conclusions while also raising more questions about the carriers that are propping up the problem. All of that comes with the best pre-produced show in all of the Transpo universe. Scott Thompson and Ashley Blackwood are going to be here for Trucking with Oida. Coming up immediately after Road Gang Radio.
And you can hear all the Trucking with Oidas over on YouTube. Go give it a check, give it a like, listen up. You can hear our very own Jimmy Mack, who was the guest on the show 2 days ago. This week they are fun. You realize even more, Jim, don't you realize, I know you've talked to them for a long time, but after being interviewed by Ashley and Scott yourself, you feel like you know them a little better. Like they're fun. They're not stuffy. This isn't a stuffy trucking show, but yet it is to the point. They're very factual. They do their due diligence, but they're also very likable, which is nice because, by the way, not everybody you listen to is likable.
Yeah,
not on this platform.
Yeah, on this platform, everybody's likable. Let me also see something else really cool too. Speaking of Oida and speaking of Landline, in very short order, they're working out the details and the production sort of scheduling for it. We are going to have a Landline update every hour on the hour at the end of the first hour all the way through to the end of the show on every single day of this program, starting sooner rather than later.
Did you pitch Jamie my name for it? Did you already forget it?
Oh, no, I pitched it. I pitched it.
Do we like it?
She does. We'll see if they use it. It's going to be up to them at the end, but we'll get the text from them in the next couple of days. Okay. Claire sent over more music samples for them to listen to figure out what they're going to do. So,
Landline, logline.
By the way, we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
Okay.
We're going to find out. All that stuff is about how we're kind of putting the sealant into the cracks of all of this stuff to kind of really just pull the whole thing together as our relationship with our friends at the OOIDA continues to deepen here on Road Gang Radio, RadioNemo.com. Most importantly, we should write.
Right?
Right. Great job yesterday.
Thank you for bringing that up because the new episode is live now on the new episode that was live yesterday. Teresa Bruno was here in studio with me. It is now available on any podcast platform, wherever you stream your podcast. Just search We Should Write and you'll see it right there. It says a Radio Nemo podcast. This is a Radio Nemo podcast called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. And why does that pertain to trucking? Well, it does because you're a human being. If you're a truck driver, you're a human being, at least for now.
No, it's a continuing conversation about why it's so important for the men and women out there on the road to make some habit of riding. And we didn't say riding well. We said riding. We said it's taking account. By the way, today is National Checklist Day. Simply making I got to tell you, there's a way of studying history, Lindsay. If you just simply made a checklist every day in a journal and turned the page, go back and read the checklists over a period of like about 3 or 4 months. You will see exactly where you were. It's a heck of a way to keep up with where you were because it becomes a matter of listing what was important to get done, and you'll have a sense of your day.
And you'll feel like you'll realize that you accomplished more than you give yourself credit for.
That's my favorite. The to-done list is my favorite.
Yeah.
Why not make a list of all that you've done in a day rather than making a list of what you have to do in a day? You may find that you are surprised at how much you do and then how to budget your time in better ways. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think checklist day is a great day for truck drivers, by the way, Lindsay, because of the pre-trip. Nobody knows a checklist better than a truck driver. Straight up. There it is. There it is. It's also plan your funeral day. I figured you'd like that.
I actually love that, to be quite honest.
I know. What did I tell you? I told that to Madison. I said, man, this is Lindsay's kind of day. Plan your funeral.
Man, I love planning your funeral. I love the conversation we had on air one day when people called and said the song they would want at their funeral. I love that. I sat in a hot tub with some of my friends one night, and I love getting in a hot tub with people because then they're captured, and then bringing up a very deep conversation and being like, now I need you to answer because I've trapped you in my bowl of soup. And we talked about the music, the playlist that you would want at your funeral. And I just think it's a fun conversation. I think it's fun thinking about what you'd want at your funeral. It says a lot about you. Why not plan your funeral? Because then you can be at it, kind of.
Yeah,
right?
Right. By the way, really quickly on the chat, we had it pointed out to us by Trucker Bosun. There's been an accident on the I-78 westbound in Fryestown, Pennsylvania at mile marker 10. So please plan accordingly if you are taking that route. By the way, guys, a great reminder about the chat and about that phone number. You can always use it to call and let us know about inclement weather. I mean, I'm talking about savage weather, accidents, any sort of problems that are out there. We are here for you. Don't forget that is a service that we offer over here.
Lean on me when you're not strong. Sorry.
By the way, and
moved me.
By the way, and I agree with this. But Flora just wrote, it popped up in front of my face. What do you want in your tombstone? Pepperoni and cheese. Very funny.
Well done. I do love a tombstone frozen pizza. I'm not gonna lie.
By the way, and our friend Trucker Bosun once again is right. That interview put Jimmy and I into an emotional Cuisinart, Lindsay. It did.
The We Should Write interview.
Oh my God! When she talked about speaking of the power of writing, as tragic as it was, the care, and it's a great reminder about someone taking their own life. It ain't about you, and sometimes sometimes remember this: the only thing that ever stops people is you, and it makes them feel incredibly guilty. They feel like they're no good to you, and often a lot of the times the last letter is one of deep love.
I hate to end it on this, but I'll say my friend Todd, who's staying with us right now, brought up a point yesterday, Jim, that when she was talking, Teresa Bruno, who was on, she lost her husband, passed away from suicide, and I asked her, I said, was he a writer? Did he ever write? She said, no, and I wish he would have known. I wish he would have had some sort of outlet to yell and get it out. She said, however, he did write two beautiful letters, one to each of her sons and an 8-page letter to her. And what my friend Todd brought up, because she said it was here's how you handle the house, here's how you move forward, I love you. And Todd was like, usually with that long of a letter, that's what, if you're writing that letter, you usually realize halfway through, I still need to stay here. I am here for these people. And so that was what's really interesting, that he did all of that and still followed through with that tragedy. but at least it left her with knowing it wasn't about her, wasn't about her family. They were very loved. I'm not saying that by any means makes it better, but it's very, I can only say it because I watched her say it. I heard her say it. I looked into her eyes as she was saying it, and it was very heartfelt. You could hear it in the conversation. If you go listen to the We Should Write podcast now, it's sort of mind blowing. Yeah, it's sort of mind blowing how present she was for it. Now, granted, it's taken 5 years, but she proclaimed on air she's ready to find love again, which is a beautiful thing. So maybe we can introduce her to some fine folks, some of our beautiful trucking audience.
Yeah, she was absolutely terrific, and like I said, it's one of the great things about doing it live is, and nobody's ever had a moment like this. No backsies.
No takesies.
No, can we cut that? Nope. I wish we could. Maybe we can cut it later, but it's there for all to hear, in the moment, in the immediate. It's people really on a high wire, walking across two very incredibly tall buildings and trying to get to the other side together. It's We Should Write, and it can be heard every single Wednesday at noon in the center, 1 in the east, after the replay of the previous weeks. We got to get out of here, Lindsay.
Oh, no.
I know.
The only thing that makes it okay getting off the airwaves right now is because Trucking with the White is coming up. That is the only thing, that's the only person I would move aside for. People, production, is Trucking with the White.
Yeah.
Or my own show, but that means I get to stay on. So
a rousing conversation with Ruser, and of course we're going to be listening to them talk to a professor of supply chain from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. This has been Road Gang Radio. It is produced, executively produced by Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. That's me. Its technical producer today was the admirably filling in Madison with a T.
You go, girl.
You go, girl is absolutely right. Maybe we'll get a little spooky going on tomorrow, too. The spooky music, by the way, for this week has been great. I hate to see it go away, but, that's life.
It is what it is. You guys be well, get home safe, and keep listening, and don't get lost on the road with all those spooky ghosts.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
On today's show, Representative David Rouser of North Carolina tells us about his bill on non-domiciled CDLs, and Professor Alex Scott on the study and the correlation between English language proficiency and safety. Trucking with OIDA starts now. You know, Ashley, we have heard a lot, and I emphasize a lot, in recent months about non-domiciled CDLs. For good reason. We've had a number of high-profile crashes that have brought some attention to this issue.
Yes.
Whereas we are not used to seeing action on the federal level when things like this happen, at least in a quick manner. We have seen quick action on this on the federal level. We obviously know about and have talked about the Trump administration, what they've been doing on this issue. Lawmakers really have been following the lead of the Trump administration on this issue as well. And our guest today is a prime example of that. Representative David Rouser of North Carolina recently introduced the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act, and he joins us on the line to talk about it. Congressman Rouser, Thanks for speaking with us today.
Well, good to be with you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Are you keeping busy during the shutdown?
Yes, very much so. It's got everybody a little off balance, in that we're all of us are used to the routine. Very rarely are you gone for as long as we've been out of town, but there's still plenty of work to do.
Yeah,
and but I think all of us have missed the committee work and our opportunity to get things done. As far as official business, but a lot of work still being done behind the scenes.
Yeah, as far as getting work done, you have, and obviously this is why we're talking to you today, not about the shutdown, but about the non-domiciled CDL issue. I want to start by asking you, I don't think a lot of folks outside of trucking were really aware of this non-domiciled CDL issue before really a few months ago. How did this issue first fall on your radar?
Well, pretty much the same way it fell on everybody's radar. You take inventory of what's happening around the country and some of those high-profile accidents, and you quickly begin to understand that those were very, very much preventable. Had you had drivers behind the wheel that, number one, knew what they were doing, but even more concerning is the fact that not even citizens of the country, or even here legally, they were here illegally and received a CDL in California or other places where they really don't adhere to the federal standards for issuance of a commercial driver's license. And so I learned about it the way most Americans that have been attuned to it, learned about it, and that's through the news. I would have never guessed that you would have so many on the road who came here illegally that do not have the proper vetting.
Yeah,
but that's the case, and that's what we're trying to address. And I'm pleased the Trump administration stepped forward to do that. And this is an effort to codify that rule that the administration put into effect.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about that bill, which follows the Trump administration's actions on non-domiciled CDLs. Can you tell us what the bill would do?
Well, in its simplest form, it would take those who are in the country legally, and it would basically that they could continue to pursue a CDL if they want to. If you're part of the H-2A program or H-2B or any of the specific visa programs where you have an employee sponsor and you're here legally. But it would crack down on those states that have, I will say, illegally allowed these foreign aliens to come into the country and receive a CDL. Some of these CDLs don't even have a name on them. There's no name even. As egregious as that is, almost unbelievable that would be the case. But unfortunately, it's true. So basically, those that receive a CDL have to be in the country legally or U.S. citizens. And that's important for the integrity of the industry. I think it's important that every American citizen, when they're on the highway, when they see a truck, their first thought shouldn't be, "Oh my goodness, is that person driving? Has he received his credentials appropriately and legally?" Truckers don't want to have that kind of reputation. So this helps to shore things up, make sure that those who are on the roads are, number one, here in a legal capacity and are U.S. citizens. If they're not, as part of one of the visa programs, and make sure things are done the right way. That's important for the integrity of the industry and the public perception of the industry.
And you mentioned too that your bill follows pretty closely with what the Trump administration has done on this issue. I think it is worth mentioning and noting here that presidential administrations come and go. They put rules into effect, change rules, do this, do that. But unless Congress puts this law on the books, that could get flipped and changed at any point down the line. Your bill, as you said there, would codify what the Trump administration is doing here and ensure that this is written, kind of in permanent ink, so to speak. And that's what we're looking at here.
That's right. And, as I travel around the district, travel around the country, one of the things I hear a good little bit is people are very enthusiastically supportive of many of the executive orders that the president has issued, good, sensible, rules that are designed to enforce our laws, protect the American people. And my constituency in the 7th District of North Carolina, I represent the southeastern corner of the state. And everywhere I travel, a lot of people come up to me and say that they want to see us codify. They want to see us put in place, put in law, permanent law, these executive orders and rules and regulations that are designed to enhance the safety of the American people. And so that's what this does. This takes that rule, cracks down on the states that are allowing these CDLs to go to those who are not legal, and granting them a CDL without merit, without proving their merit. And in many cases, some of these guys they can't read English and they can't speak English, which makes them a threat. That alone makes them a threat on our nation's highways and interstates. And so if you don't make it, the other way to put this is if you don't make it permanent law, if Congress doesn't pass the bill, making it permanent law, you got to get a majority, just simple majority vote in the House. Typically, you have to reach the 60-vote threshold in the Senate in order to avoid a filibuster and get to a final simple majority vote. And by the way, I do think that with time we will be able to achieve that. I think this will have bipartisan support, in other words, which is also important.
Yeah.
Not only in terms of getting the bill through the House and the Senate, but in terms of keeping this rule in law, in statute, and in other words, made permanent. So that's why that's important. You could have a new administration come in. If you don't have a permanent law in place, you could have a new administration come in and repeal every executive order and every rule or regulation, regardless of its merits. And we saw that. We saw that 4 years ago when President Biden came in. He repealed many of the rules and regulations, as well as many of the executive orders that President Trump had put in place during his first term.
Right.
And so that's the importance of it. That's why when you have good policy and you know it's good policy and it's important for the safety of the American public, that's why it's so important to be made permanent.
You said something there, Congressman, and I want to make sure that we don't miss it. You mentioned the idea that you feel like this could get bipartisan support at some point. Right now, and I haven't checked today, I think you had a couple dozen co-sponsors on your bill, I think all Republicans. Are you hearing from people, on the other side of the aisle who are expressing support for this? What makes you think you're going to be able to, get some of that bipartisan support on this issue?
Well, really, it's a 90-10 issue. Now, the other party has been on the opposite side of just about every 90-10 issue to date. But I do think once the political dust settles, a little bit, and I think there's going to be members, that even though they may not be ready to co-sponsor, once you put this bill on the floor and you get the right media attention behind it, it just makes sense. And so I'm optimistic we'll be able to get some bipartisan support. I think there's probably 4 or 5 Democrats that I can think of that I have personal relationships with, friendships with, that are very reasonable, thoughtful, members. They're becoming more and more the minority in their party, unfortunately. But I could see 4 or 5 for sure in the House that would probably vote for it as a standalone, bill on the floor. And I suspect there may end up being, more than that. Where it really plays big is in the Senate, because you got to get 60 votes. You got 53 Republicans, so assuming you keep all your Republicans together, you got to go find 7 more.
Right.
You got to go find 7 Democrats.
Yeah.
So that's where it's a little bit higher hurdle. But to the degree that we can have as strong a bipartisan vote as possible out of the House, that certainly helps. It doesn't dictate what the Senate does, but it certainly helps.
But yeah, especially if you frame this issue around safety, which is what it comes down to. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, that's right. That's right. And if the Democrats want to have any opportunity at all in the next election, they got to appeal to the working man and woman.
Sure.
And that traditionally had been their base, and things, obviously there's been just a gigantic change in politics over the last 10, 15 years, in particular.
Mm-hmm.
But our truckers are great people, and you wouldn't have an economy if you didn't have our truckers. It's an important industry, and one that I've always been proud to support.
Now, your bill is one of many dedicated to this issue in recent months. What separates yours from the rest?
Well, ours is simply a codification of the rule, and that was the objective here. We thought the rule was a good and appropriate rule the administration put forward to crack down on these states that did not have or basically ignoring the proper procedures and criteria to issue commercial driver's license. And so we wanted to keep it simple. We wanted to keep it identical to the rule, and basically, be a codification of that. Simplicity usually is the best way to get legislation passed as expeditiously as possible. So we didn't want to deviate from the rule. We wanted to just simply codify it.
Yeah, and I think that has helped. I continue to be amazed isn't the right word, but impressed, I suppose, with the swiftness that we've seen in terms of action on this issue. Because as we were talking about earlier, it's only been a few months, I think, since the issue really kind of started making national headlines. And typically, as you know better than anybody, or as well as anybody, Congress tends to move not at the swiftest pace, I think, a lot of times. But we've seen some quick action, on this. Again, from the idea of this falling first on your radar a few months ago to introducing this bill, and now it being front and center, I think, in a lot of spaces out there, you don't see that very often, which to me says that this is an issue that, people are taking seriously, and they view it as, again, a safety issue.
Well, that's right, and these accidents could happen to anybody. I mean, it's a real tragedy when you have a lost life, and particularly when you have a loss of life that was totally, completely preventable. I'd be ashamed to be the head of the DMV in California, knowing that a lot of these, number of these CDLs, have been granted, in that state. Yeah. And so it's a simple, easy issue. This is really a 99% to 1%, issue. The 1% are the ones who are doing it illegally. It's a no-brainer. Mm-hmm. And my only regret is that we didn't know about it sooner, because there's a significant number of those behind the wheel who are here illegally, who never should have received a commercial driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But this cracks down on it, and this cleans it up.
OOIDA has thrown its support behind you and this bill. What has the association's role been?
Well, the association's role is very critical. I mean, in part, many times, especially in this day and age of social media, a lot of times some will take a grain of truth and then turn it into something that is completely not. And then the other thing too, you all have been, very strong and very vocal in articulating the common sense aspect of this. You are addressing 97% of the problem here. This rule is, and this codification of this bill is, and that's significant. We don't live in a perfect world. But this will certainly make it a far more perfect world in this space than not getting this bill passed.
Yeah. It's worth mentioning you are the chair of the Highways and Transit Subcommittee. As we look at ways and avenues for your bill here to, again, become law, is there an avenue for maybe lumping this into the highway bill? And it's something that you're working on right now. Are those discussions happening, or is that a thought in your mind, perhaps?
Well, so the House and the Senate are so different in terms of kind of the parameters that are self-imposed, and as you mark up legislation, and I do think this is going to turn out to be a bipartisan bill. But the highway bill that we're working on, we want to make sure that it's bipartisan, which means that everything in that bill that's produced, that's going to be marked up and presented to the full House for a floor vote at some point in time. Everything in that package will have been agreed to by both the chairman and the ranking member, and as well as myself, who's chairman of the Highways and Transit Subcommittee, and my counterpart. So what they refer to as the four corners, I kind of call it the small four corners or the little four corners.
Yeah.
I think of the four corners as the speaker and the minority leader in the House, and then the majority leader and the minority leader in the Senate. That when I think of four corners, that's who I think of. But so anyhow, what we produce in committee and report out is going to have to clear, all four, and so we'll see where we are now in the House. In the Senate, they operate a little bit differently. If we have a good, strong bipartisan bill coming out of the House, that tends to enable us to direct the conversation in conference, with the Senate, in consultation with the Senate. And just like with the FAA reauthorization bill, that was a strong bipartisan bill coming out of the House, we pretty much dictated the final language of that bill that was signed into law. I anticipate the same model here for the highway bill. And it's at that point in negotiation with the Senate where we might very well be able to strike some type of accommodation here, for this language.
And as long as we're on the topic too, I know one of the issues that's at front of your mind, and I think you spoke about this earlier this year in a hearing, or it might have been a little bit longer than that. My sense of time has been warped in recent years.
Yeah, mine too.
you talk and have talked about fixing the Highway Trust Fund quite a bit, again, as chair of the Highways and Transit Subcommittee. I don't think it's been solvent since George W. Bush was in office. What is that going to take? And I know this is an issue that you've got at front of your mind as well. Are we going to make any progress on that anytime soon, do you think?
Well, there's more awareness. There's more interest in trying to get that issue addressed. It's a long-term challenge.
Yeah.
It's not going to all happen overnight. As you probably recall in the reconciliation bill, the House passed reconciliation bill, our portion of it that was within the T&I committee. We included the fee on EVs as well as the fee on hybrids, and that was the first change ever reported out of committee, I think, since 92, 93, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, it's been a long time, and I think the gas tax was adjusted in 93 as part of that big tax bill. And of course, they did not index it to inflation, so it's been pretty much the same since. But you have a fundamental restructure to think through as well, in that you got a lot of vehicles that are very fuel efficient. Right now, folks like me with a 2004 Chevy Tahoe, that drinks a lot of gas, we're more than paying our fair share into the Highway Trust Fund. My neighbor, who's got, the hybrid, getting 40, 50 miles per gallon, not nearly as much. And and then you got the EVs that don't pay anything.
Yeah.
And so you have a structural issue there that needs to be addressed, and there's a variety of ideas on that. From a policy standpoint, it's not really complicated, but we're in a political body, and the politics of it can be a little dicey. So anything that we put forward, at least on our side, really needs to be vetted and worked very strongly with the Republican conference so that everybody's on the same page. And if you don't do that, you're just never going to get out of the gate with any kind of significant reform that's needed long term. So bottom line of what I'm saying is there's a whole lot of work that has to go into this. If we can, get a fee in place for EVs at some level, a fee in place for hybrids at some level, something similar to what we were working towards with the reconciliation package, then that would be a win. Small steps lead to bigger steps.
Yeah.
One of the things I know Scott and I say a lot, and everybody here at OOID says, it talks about the importance of reaching out to lawmakers to inform them, educate them, kind of nudge them in the right direction. Just wondering if you can speak to that, what you like to hear when constituents call you asking you to pay attention to an issue.
Well, I think the number one thing is understand that lawmakers have a lot of pressure points. And I mean that from the perspective of, you have all sides of an issue calling you every day.
Yes.
Not everybody agrees on everything. And so to the degree that the transportation sector can have some unification in their message, that helps. And, members are just like every other human being, except as a member of Congress, you're inundated with everything from A to Z every day, which is why we have to rely, so significantly on staff who do a tremendous job for us all. And so developing relationships with the staff is really, really important so that when issues come up, there's a level of trust there because we don't know everything. We need the benefit of those that know far more than we do, on all these subjects that we deal with, day to day. And so, developing that relationship with your member and understanding the political dynamics of members in their districts back home, which committees they're on. There's some members that, based on their committee assignments, can help you more than other members can. Just based on committee assignment, so it's important to do your homework, develop the relationship, and, never go in and demand anything, state your preference, of course, but also be understanding of the realities that we have to face, day to day in Congress. Yeah. None of us get everything that we want. And, some of us are a no vote. If we don't get at least 99% of what we want, others are in the more practical column, like myself. If I can get 85% of what I'm trying to achieve, I'm happy to do that. I grew up under Reagan, so that's kind of my philosophy. But anyhow, those are just a few things I think that are important for your folks to know.
Yeah, and we'll continue to encourage our listeners to reach out to their lawmakers and ask them to support your bill, the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act. Congressman, we know your time is very valuable. We'll let you get out of here in just a second, but wondering if you might have a final word or thought for our nation's truck drivers who might be listening to this right now.
Well, I love our truck drivers, always have. Like I said earlier in our program here, if it weren't for the truck drivers, there'd be no economy. And these are great working men and women who have helped make this country great. And I know the Trump administration, feels that same way. President Trump has always been a proud supporter of our working men and women of this country, no matter their occupation. But I'd say he has a particular liking for the construction workers and the truckers and the ones that are where the rubber meets the road. No pun intended here. But anyhow, it's an honor to have the opportunity to visit with you today, and look forward to getting this bill across the finish line, as well as a good highway bill too, that can help make the jobs of our truckers, much more efficient than sitting in line after line after line of traffic on our nation's highways and interstates. We're going to try to put together a good highway bill that everybody can be proud of, and improves our transportation system as well.
Well, it was an honor to have you.
Yes.
We thank you for your work, again, on this issue and all the other issues that matter to truck drivers. And
we
thank
appreciate
you
it.
for your time today. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Oh, great to be with you. Take care.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reef Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Wreaths Challenge at wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
As the conversations around English language proficiency ramped up several months ago, OIDA maintained that at the end of the day, all of this comes down to safety. If you're going to operate an 80,000-pound vehicle on public roadways, you've got to be able to read road signs and communicate with law enforcement and others. And while much of the focus has been on the drivers who don't speak English well enough to pass the test, there's also been a spotlight on the carriers hiring them, and that is something Professor Alex Scott recently drilled down into. Alex is an associate professor of supply chain management at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and he joins us on the line now. Professor Scott, thanks for joining us. How are things in Knoxville today?
Yeah, it's a beautiful day, a little bit rainy, getting a little bit cold that time of year, but, the fall's the best in my opinion, and looking forward to trick-or-treating on Friday.
I share that sentiment as well. Are you you going around trick-or-treating? You got some kids, or you're not trick-or-treating yourself, I would assume?
Well, no, I'm a little past those days. I got 3 of them. There's the age where I can let them kind of run around with their friends, kind of loosely follow, so it gets more fun when it's like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that'll be great. Sounds good. Well, I'm looking forward to talking with you about your study. Before that, though, I want to talk about you a little bit here. And you've got an interesting background, just kind of looking at your bio there. Quite a bit of experience in the transportation sector, it looks like. Tell us a little bit about your career before getting into academia.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have an engineering background, and I'd say my first meaningful experience after college was at JB Hunt Transport, the large trucking company. And, I was not expecting to go into trucking necessarily, but I took the job, and it was a fascinating, great place to work. And really, I kind of fell in love with the trucking industry this was back in the mid-2000s. And then I worked for another, 7-8 years. I was consulting for a while and got to do a lot of fun stuff. And then I came back to academia and got a PhD at Penn State, and just kind of came back to what I knew and what I thought was interesting, and came back to transportation in general, transportation and logistics in general, but I do focus on the trucking industry a lot.
Yeah, it's funny how you kind of catch that bug. Some people catch that trucking bug, and it never really leaves them, and it sounds like you're one of those people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the surface, it seems so simple, right? When the general population, I think, uses that so simple. You move something from one point to another. But when you really understand the industry, it's a lot more complicated than that. All kinds of issues that pop up.
Yeah. Speaking of an issue that has popped up in recent months, and I think that is probably an understatement at this point, English language proficiency. You recently put out a study, and its title is essentially a question here. Are English language violations associated with unsafe carriers? I will of course, answer that question here in just a moment. But I have to imagine that when the conversations on this topic started popping up, that's kind of what led you down this path to this study?
Yeah, so really, you could probably go back a couple of years ago. I, through various conversations, started hearing the term non-domiciled CDL.
Yep.
And I don't know about you, but, even having been in the industry for almost a couple of decades, I'm not really, you had those conversations, I had to act like I knew what the person was talking about, right? And then go
Sure.
look it up.
Yeah.
So I really hadn't heard that term much up until a couple of years ago, but then it starts popping up all over the place. And so I thought that was interesting, and it's kind of an indication of kind of a changing workforce, perhaps in trucking. And so that's been an issue I've seen and heard and read about. And then of course, there was the executive order by President Trump that started to enforce these English language requirements, which have been on the books for a long time, right? These are not new regulations. It's just that they were newly enforced. And as an academic, anytime you see a kind of change in enforcement like that, kind of an event like that, we like to study those things because it gives us something to look at before and look at after. And actually, I have a study that OIDA actually cited and used. There's a gentleman named Todd Spencer, I think was the president of OIDA sometime in the past, might still be, I don't know.
Yep, he still is. Yep, he's still here. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so I put out a study on the ELD mandate back in 2019, and so that was looking at how ELD changed behavior and changed safety in accidents. And actually, OIDA cited some of that research, 6 years ago. So that was pretty fun. So we look for these changes in enforcement, these events to study. And so this was a great one because all of a sudden you have this executive order that changes how we police the roads, essentially.
And I think just looking through the study, I think it's important because we've been hearing the conversations, we've been hearing, I guess a little bit of debate out there. Emotions on this topic are running, pretty high, and I think for understandable reasons in a lot of cases. But on the other hand, you've got emotions on this one hand. On the other hand, you've got looking at the data and what it tells us. And I'm going to ask you this, and I think I know what the answer is, but based on the title of your study here. But what did you set to find out? Because again, emotions are one thing and feelings are one thing, but looking at data and the actual facts can actually shape those conversations. So what did you look to seek to find out at the beginning here?
Yeah, and as an academic, I'm a disinterested kind of third party that wants to take an objective view. And yeah, as you say, it's easy to have emotions about this, but also it's really important that we have safe roads. And it's also important to understand that driving an 80,000-pound truck down the roads that we all share the roads with is a privilege. It's not like a human right, right? So we're not talking about human rights here. We're talking about a privilege to be able to operate a truck, and we want those trucks operating safely. And so the question was just simply, well, let's just look at these violations and who is trying to get an understanding of who is committing these violations. Then look at, are these the drivers with these violations? One, are the inspections that they have, do they indicate other violations? And also then are the carriers that they are working for, do they also have worse safety scores than, say, a comparable population of other carriers that don't have those violations? And so that's a very clear, simple, empirical question. And to be honest with you, I didn't know what the answer was going to be. I mean, of course, as an academic, I approach things not knowing what it's going to be, and then just do summary statistics, summary analysis of it, and say, well, let's get a clear view of it. And so that was really the goal of it.
And the data you went through was FMCSA data and other things that are out there, right?
Yes. So I've been working with FMCSA data of a variety of sorts for, probably over a decade now. And so I have a long-standing database, but I've been working with this data for a long time, different research studies. So this would be inspection data. This would be carrier census data. That's also with FMCSA. And then, looking at the specific violations, we can look at violation codes and then look at other violations that occur. So yes, roadside inspection data is the primary source.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
So let's pull back the curtain. Again, the title of the study here is Are English Language Violations Associated with Unsafe Carriers? The big takeaway, I think, here, and I guess the short answer to that question is yes, right? So what was the big takeaway here? What did you find out from going over all the data?
Yeah, so first I looked at, so it really, one of the ways it came about was looking at, so I read an industry article talking about these violations, just the number of violations. It said something about an uptick of violations in August or something.
Right.
But that was essentially all we knew. And so I was like, okay, well, let's pull back the curtain a little bit. And so the first step was, okay, where are these violations occurring? Right? I couldn't find any sources talking about that. So let's look at where these violations are occurring. Where is this executive order being enforced? So I asked that question. Then I asked, okay, in these inspections, are there more violations in total, even if we remove the ELP violations out of it? Are there more violations in total? And And then let's look at the basic safety scores, the basics of these carriers, and see if there are differences there. So the first finding was looking at enforcement. And I guess this one's it's not terribly surprising, although part of it is kind of surprising. But you see enforcement that varies quite a bit across states. Huge variation in enforcement across states. I think the ones that really jump out at you is you see, say, Wyoming and Texas seeming to have the strongest enforcement. At least they had the most violations, which would indicate enforcement. And then you had, on the other end, say, California, who appears to not be enforcing it at all. And actually, the statistic that surprised me is that if you look at before the executive order went in place, so you look at 2025 before May 1st, the number of ELP violations, California actually cited more violations in that period than they did from May through September of that year. So before the executive order, they actually had more ELP violations cited by state inspectors than afterwards.
Did you figure out why, or what's going on there?
Oh, well, they're
Yeah.
quite clearly not enforcing it. Yes, it's a conscious decision not to enforce it. Because even if you want to look at a comparison group, so I looked at U.S. inspectors in the state of California, right? So these are federal inspectors, not state inspectors, in the state of California. They cited them at a much higher rate than California inspectors in the state of California. So there's clearly some type of, that's all I know from the data, but you can infer what you want from what that says. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting on a number of levels, and I think it raises more questions maybe than answers right now too, in a number of respects. The thing about your study, and again, kind of looking at the overarching thing here, is again, looking at the safety aspect of this, because that has been OIDA's stance from the jump, is that if you're going to be operating an 80,000-pound vehicle on public roadways, you need to be able to understand road signs. You need to be able to interact with law enforcement and others that you obviously interact with on the roadways. The thing that you emphasize here, and I think this is an important note here, that the findings don't really suggest that a lack of English proficiency causes these violations or poor carrier safety scores. You look at the carriers here, and that's really kind of what you're focusing on, and that, if they're flouting the English language proficiency rules and regulations, you could basically infer that they are probably flouting other rules and regulations as well. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So going to the findings, what was very clear is that in an inspection with an ELP violation, there were also significantly more other violations, including the worst ones: hour of service violations, driver out of service violations, these kinds of things. And also then the carrier scores with those ELP violations were much higher on a couple important measures. I think unsafe driving and vehicle maintenance were the two that really popped out, compared to carriers that did not hire or did not have drivers with ELP violations. So there's a clear safety difference across the board here. Now, what is that? Is that due to, as you say, is English language, is that the causal reason that there may be these worse safety scores? I wouldn't. That does not seem to be likely to me. I think, of course, stranger in a strange land, if you were put on a new world and had no idea what these signs meant, that you probably would be a less safe driver if you had no idea what a sign meant or anything. But that's probably not true for most of these drivers. They probably at least understand the basics of the signs. But what it does point to is that the carriers that are employing drivers who can't speak English do have much worse safety scores, so are much more likely to flout the rules and regulations, often horribly so. And being someone who has spent a lot of time kind of looking at these cases, right? I do work where I get to see a lot of confidential stuff. And so there are certainly carriers out there who operate unscrupulously. And if you're going to operate unscrupulously, who is the easiest to get to do, or to perhaps even force into doing things that are against the rules and regulations? It would be probably someone who's not familiar with the rules and regulations and might not understand them at all. And so my guess would be that, there are carriers out there with poor safety management practice, perhaps doing unscrupulous things, and they are targeting drivers who might be, have an illegal immigrant status. That's certainly possible, and possibly some that don't speak the language, and then, coercing them to doing things that, are against the rules.
Yeah, and that's the thing that stands out to me in that, again, all these conversations are swirling around right now, and I don't think there's maybe enough focus, and I'm not hearing enough of it, in terms of putting some of that heat on these carriers, right, who are hiring these folks. In a lot of cases, these carriers, don't care about the people that they are hiring necessarily. They're looking for, cheap labor in a lot of cases. And they clearly don't care about safety. That's kind of the takeaway that I see from your study here, is that it's not hard to put that, put those puzzle pieces together and look at these carriers and realizing that they are taking steps that are, detrimental to safety across the board. Is that a safe leap to make, I suppose?
I would agree with you. I mean, I like I say, I read and see things that most people don't get to, and there are egregious instances of this that go on all the time. And so you have private enforcement, you have public enforcement. So the FMCSA tracks these things through roadside inspections and whatnot, but they're a big federal agency that really isn't funded to be doing like real-time, day-to-day tracking of a carrier. And so they'll often have these indicators of unsafe behavior, but those can take months to capture. And eventually what happens is these carriers just go out of business, right? They operate for a few months or a year or two, get bad scores, and then they just go out of business, start another one.
Yeah, shell game, yeah.
It totally, and that happens quite frequently. A huge issue is that you have insurance minimums that are only $750K. Often it's usually $1 million is what's required for carriers. And so that insurance minimum often doesn't, won't capture all the damages caused in, say, a bad accident. So you have several issues going on here. But I think private enforcement of safety is important, and I think undervalued and not enough, of a microscope on that.
Well, yeah, and there's a consensus, I think, for the most part, that enforcing this rule or regulation is a good move, that it is going to help with safety. I'm wondering, though, from your perspective and looking at all this data and all the conversations that you've had too, and I don't know the answer to this question, but are we just merely scratching the surface here when we're just kind of enforcing it and getting these drivers off the road? That's one step. But it seems to me that this is a more endemic problem, a systemic problem, that probably needs to be addressed in a wider scale, in a different way. Again, looking at these carriers who are kind of perpetuating this thing. Where do you kind of stand on that, I suppose, and what does that look like, I guess, moving forward?
Yeah, well, so I think an issue that has come to light, and this has also been a hot button issue, is CDL issuing of CDLs, and so right. You have varying levels of requirements for CDLs because they're given out by the state. And so if one state has really strict requirements, but another state has very lax requirements, well, I mean, people are going to go to the state with the really lax requirements, and then but because these people are traveling all over the country, that's effectively the requirement for a CDL. Is the most lax state is effectively the requirement for a CDL, because all you got to do is go get the CDL in that state and then go drive anywhere else. Right. So I think that's a huge problem that needs to be addressed. I think some standardization of that CDL process makes a lot of sense. I think more real-time tracking, or when I say tracking, I know truck drivers don't like that often.
Right.
So. And I'm not saying tracking in a let's micromanage somebody's life kind of way. I mean tracking in a, well, if some way capturing if someone is just perpetually speeding egregiously, that it seems like I've seen that stuff happen, and it seems like we need better ways of kind of managing that. And I do think the CDL process would be a good first step. Standardizing that.
Yeah, and you mentioned the non-domiciled CDL issue earlier. There is some overlap, and quite a bit of overlap, I suppose, with regard to your studying the English language proficiency issue and the non-domiciled CDL issue, because we're looking at a system that has not been working properly for a while now. And I guess the question is, what do next steps look like? You've obviously thought about this issue a lot and looked into it a lot. I think we're going to continue to see, English language proficiency rules being enforced more and more. But what does the future look like here? Is it going to take a wide scale change to kind of fix the system, or, I guess where are we headed here?
Yeah, well, I think one change. So there's almost a combination of factors that probably has caused some of this, and again, it gets onto some hot button issues of, say, immigration and immigration enforcement. Which I'm a person who's worked with immigrants all over the place, and they add a ton of value, and so I see the huge value in controlled immigration in the United States. So there's should be nothing taken away against the immigrants in the United States. So I want to say that. But I think if you just so I think, of course, the story is that there were open borders more or less, and so then if you over the last few years, if you allow that, and then you have unscrupulous people who will take advantage of those workers and make them do unsafe things, then you end up with some of these accidents that we see. And I think some of that will be naturally taken care of if you have more controlled immigration, and also if you have more standardization of the CDL process. And those wheels seem to be turning, right? And so I think some of those issues will tend to go away. I think having better tracking of the drivers across carriers and throughout the system would be good. So nobody has access to that type of data except the FMCSA. But, you hear stories of a driver who was in like 3 accidents, and then he gets in another accident, that's fatal and horrible. And you're like, well, why didn't we capture?
Yeah.
Why didn't we realize this was going on and not allow that individual who's clearly operating unsafely to not be doing that anymore? I think you have better tracking across that. If you kind of look at FMCSA systems, like the data, you're like, I'm working with the same data, right? They used to capture the same data 20 years ago. There are a lot better ways of capturing data these days, and I think there's opportunity there.
Yeah, it's an interesting. Just the problem itself is interesting, because you get to a point where you think, how did we get here? And to your point, I think there's been a bit of a lack of oversight with a lot of these things that, we're seeing some more of now. But again, are we just scratching the surface? Does there need to be a wide-scale systemic change across the board? I don't have the answer necessarily, but it feels like the latter probably is true. But I don't know.
Well, here's one other issue I think, and so I think driver pay is an issue in trucking. If you look at driver pay per hour per mile, I actually say per hour worked over the last couple of decades, it's always been trending down or flat, especially if you put it in real terms.
Yeah.
And so we talk about things like driver shortage and whatnot, but I mean, we need if you pay more, if the pay were higher for truck drivers, then more people would be coming into the industry.
It's a retention problem. Yeah.
If you have things that are artificially keeping the wages down, then of course you're going to have trouble recruiting people into the industry and keeping them in the industry. So I think that's an issue.
And it's the latter. It's the keeping them in the industry, right? I mean, there really isn't. There is no driver shortage, but it's a fact. The fact, all this can be kind of rolled into one thing here in terms of retention and driver pay. You're talking about English language proficiency and all these things. It all lumps into how we're treating the people who treat this as a profession, who treat it as a career, who take it seriously, and are well trained and safe drivers. In a lot of cases, we're driving those folks out because they just can't take it anymore for all the reasons that you're bringing up and we're talking about here, which is the frustrating part, I think, about all this for people who are doing things, the right way. And this is a conversation that just keeps going and going. That's the frustrating part about it.
Yeah, completely. And to that last point you make about doing things the right way, if you have an unscrupulous manager or carrier and doing some of these things that we've been talking about, they can do things at a cheaper price and undercut people who are doing it the right way. And so that then drives people who are doing the right way out of the industry. And it's just a whole waterfall of problems.
Yeah, all I can do is sigh sometimes, but that's what it is. But yeah, this is obviously a hot button issue right now. Appreciate you looking into it. Appreciate you coming on the show here and talking to us about it as well. And I think we learned something, which is the goal. Which is the goal for all these things. So we thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Scott.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.